Whoa!
What?
Detroit Paula
Oh, jeez, you scared the crap out
coming out of nowhere. I'm still at European time. Well, let's get ready for lunch then. Did you like it, Paula? I'd like to think if you go in July, it's tough to get much better weather. Um, yeah, it's just arriving in Jacksonville. Apparently, it's going to stay for 24 hours.
Oh, it's gonna sit there and rain on you?
Yeah. I mean, the heavy stuff. This is 50 to 75 miles away, but. Did you cross the bridge, Paula, on 18? All right. Puny? Morning, Jake. Ambient. T. Haynes, Realtor Clark, AJC, Coffenbaugh. Baby Jules. I'll make sure I don't miss anybody. Morning, everybody. Hope you had a good weekend. Oh, yeah, the Michigan Thang, huh? Well, Betty, it's just arriving in Jacksonville. Don't laugh. Our affiliate in Lake City's they're getting pounded today. Well, thanks, Jake. I do have to take my wife to a doctor appointment. That'll be interesting.
This is interesting. All right. There we go. Come on, populate, baby. There you go.
Yes, he was.
And now,
Of the morning to you on this first Monday of August. It was a stormy weekend in Southwest Florida. It is now a stormy week to start things off in the northern part of the state. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you had a great weekend. And to our folks in Huntsville, looks as if you're going to avoid a good chunk of this, and well, good for you. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, David. I am well. A little rain event over the weekend, lots of rain. I know the beach got a lot of water and some of those areas. Cape Coral got a lot of water. I didn't have a whole lot of problems. So, knock on wood, lucky for us. And back at it on a Monday.
Hoping that the power and the internet stay on for me throughout the show today. And apparently tomorrow, this thing's just going to sit once it crosses. Mark, have you ever, taken 75 or 95 north from Florida into Georgia? Okay. And did you ever just kind of pull over and picnic for a while?
That I've never done. I know, in the 50s and 60s, that's what people did. They just got out of the car and picnicked. I've never done that, David.
Right. This is kind of like this storm. Apparently, it's going to cross over from Florida into Georgia, and it's between Georgia and South Carolina. It's going to picnic, apparently, for a couple of days, maybe even a couple 2-3 days. Yeah. So this is going to be a rainmaker. Now, to our folks in Lake City that are listening, it's going to be a little more than that. You guys are much closer to the eye of the storm, and we are wishing you safety over the course of the next 24 hours. But another terrific sports weekend has come and gone. By the way, magic numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Magic numbers. How about 19, 26, and 31? How about that? You ready? 19 days away. Florida State and Georgia Tech. 26 days away. The first Saturday of the full college football season. It's just 4 weeks from Thursday, baby. 31 days away. Ravens and Chiefs. My, oh my. Let's get this party started.
And will the Chicago White Sox win before any of these events take place?
Mark Miller is 1-0 with one pending. And you have to like his chances of going 2-0 head-to-head in the Miller and Moulton weekend bets. Because Moulton, once the White Sox lost 11 in a row, Moulton thought, now would be a good time. They're going to win soon. And Mark said, hey, moron, they're a really bad team. You don't bet on them to win ever. In fact, if they play a doubleheader and lose the first game, I may throw our system play in the garbage. Okay? We're not betting the White Sox under any situation. I said, come on, Mark. So, of course, they lose 6 more in a row heading into the weekend. They have a 17-game losing streak going to Target Field to take on the Twins. I go, come on, Mark. They're not losing 20 in a row. 20 in a row. There's only like 3 teams in the history of baseball who have lost 20 in a row. And Mark goes, hey, moron, they're going to keep losing. And Mark, I'm a moron because this is like as bad as we've ever seen.
Ever. David, to put it in perspective, they've played 114 games. They are 27-87.
That's unbelievable.
If they win out, they get to 75-87. If they win out,
that's a 48-game winning streak, yes. To finish 12 below 500.
Right.
Ozzie Guillen, former White Sox manager, led them to the World Series. Boy, how long ago does 2005 seem now? So he does pre and post on the White Sox television. He's been hysterical this year. Hysterical. So they're doing post game yesterday. Frank Thomas has got the numbers. Guys, we have a 14-game losing streak and a 20-game losing streak. Do you know that's 34 in a row? Do you know if you took those 34 losses away from us, we'd still have the worst record in baseball? Ozzy's laughing. The host is like, Oz, what are you laughing about? How bad the White Sox are? He goes, no, I'm laughing about how bad I am. And the guy goes, what do you mean? He goes, they chose this manager over me 2 years ago. He goes, I've been depressed all year. And now I've just realized why. Okay. Because my self esteem's in the tank. Okay. They chose this guy over me. He goes, he goes, how bad must I suck? I can't get a job over this guy. Now, Ozzy's working for the White Sox, doing White Sox television. And he's saying about the current manager, how much must I suck if I can't get a job over this guy? I mean, and he goes, listen, everybody in my life, do you know the only people that like me these days are my grandkids? Everybody else tells me I'm miserable. Everybody else doesn't like me. Only people that like me are my grandkids. And now I realize why. My self-esteem's tied into this team and this manager. He goes, I got to snap out of it.
That's fantastic.
It was tremendous television.
Fantastic.
It really was.
You know what else was pretty good television? And I hate to say it because I'm against it as an Olympic sport.
Boy, as it was happening, I was going to go there.
The Olympic golf was riveting. It really was. Now, you and I both think they should have the course set up a little tougher so that 62s aren't commonplace. You listening may say that's what we want. I want to see birdies and I want to see guys going for it that way. But the leaderboard was fantastic. You had great players falling apart. You had great players playing great. And then you had a hometown guy pulling off almost an unreal comeback. It was terrific theater yesterday morning at the Olympic golf venue.
I was wondering, here's as it was unfolding, and then in the 40 or so minutes after it ended. And Mark, I don't know if you also started to think about this. I don't know if you watched it all or you just saw maybe highlights of Djokovic beating Alcaraz for the gold medal at Roland Garros as well, in which Djokovic was sobbing with emotion. I mean, it was the one thing he hadn't done in his career, 24 majors. I mean, outside of winning the Grand Slam, of which he was one match away from doing twice, okay, he, in theory, had done everything in the sport except win the gold medal. He won a bronze in his first Olympics and had not medaled since, had gotten to the semis 3 other times and had been beaten all 3 times and then lost the bronze medal match all 3 times. So here's arguably the greatest tennis player in history. He's 37. This is clearly it. But to win a gold for his country, I mean, he did the presser, Mark. I don't know if you saw, with the gold medal around his neck and the flag draped around him of Serbia. And he just sobbed through the anthem. And, I mean, Scotty Scheffler never shed a tear winning the Masters. Twice, never shed a tear. Crying during our anthem. And Mark, here's when it made me think that maybe you and I, and in this case, more you than me, but that you and I maybe need to rethink this. Guys were choking down the stretch for the Olympic medal.
Choking, like a big, hairy dog choking.
Yes.
The best players in the world. John Rahm fell apart.
Schauffele fell apart.
Fell apart.
Right.
Other guys who aren't at that level. Tom Kim got on a roll, couldn't sustain it. A lot of guys, Rory made a run, couldn't sustain it.
I mean,
and yet the best player in the world sustained it.
Tom Kim in tears in the scorer's tent. In tears. He said, I thought about this all year. I've never put more prep into a tournament than I did this course and this tournament and what have you. Mm-hmm. And I'm just wondering, and how about, and now Rory says a lot, and in this sense, give Rory credit. Rory, outside of the U.S. Open, never turns down a microphone. He doesn't. He, except for the U.S. Open, Rory is 99% of the time, he will stand there and answer the questions. And Rory calling the current state of golf a show and saying that this was amazing. That he said it felt every bit like the Ryder Cup.
With maybe the one exception that they weren't rooting against guys. They were rooting for guys, but they
Yes.
weren't rooting against guys the way they do in the Ryder Cup.
Right.
The crowd was into every shot being made.
Yes. So I'm wondering, with the way the golfers reacted to the competition, I'm wondering if we need to rethink this. Because, Mark, they behaved and they went after this like it was the biggest tournament of the year.
And what was exciting, David, you and I love the Ryder Cup because they make efforts to make shots they wouldn't normally make in any tournament. They were playing this tournament for first, second, and third. That's it. Everything was focused on winning. It wasn't focused on a top 10. It wasn't focused on a check. It was about winning. And it led to great theater and great golf. And yes, David, I may need to have a look at this in a different light, because I think as this goes on, David, as we go further and, 5, 6, 7 Olympics from now, when you and I aren't around here anymore, I think the players will focus on this even more, and it will be bigger than the players, if you will, the unprecedented fifth major.
Which Scotty Scheffler also won this year. What's it, 6 wins and a gold medal?
Yeah.
He said to Schauffele, listen, you had a hell of a year. You really did. They're going to honor me at the end of the year banquet. I just hope you know that. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation, and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from 1/2 carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
16 years older. Yes. Yes, I know the golfer of the year with a mugshot. Yes.
I ran one too many 30s in that break, so we're going to go a little long here. They're going to hear a
Okay.
commercial down the line. It is what it is.
Okay.
Can't do anything about it. That's my bad.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour on this Monday morning, a soggy morning throughout the northern part of Florida and into Georgia and the Carolinas over the next few days. Hopefully it avoids our friends in the greater Huntsville area. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll talk a little college football coming up a little bit later in the show. Although, do you think this Michigan story has legs?
Oh boy. Should it? Yes. Will it? I'm not sure.
I didn't think it had any legs, and I was ignoring it until the news late last week, Mark, that Kentucky football got placed on 2 years probation, and Mark Stoops and the Wildcats had wins for 2 seasons taken away from them. And I went, what the heck did they do? In comparison to what it is Michigan is alleged to have done, and then, according to the NCAA, been completely uncooperative in us investigating what it is they were alleged to have done. And I'm like, well, if they took wins away from Kentucky, are they going to take wins away from Michigan? And if so, are we vacating a natty? Are we taking wins away before last season? And they were in the clear last season? Because, well, most people don't think they started the year in the clear. Most people think they started the 2023 season doing the same behavior that is now alleged to be cheating in the 2 to 3 years before. So that's the part of this, Mark, that I'm really interested in. You're taking wins away from Kentucky football, and what Michigan is alleged to have done is far worse, and Michigan has been completely, according to the NCAA, uncooperative.
they've been uncooperative from the word go. They've never cooperated. I mean, that was the whole thing with Harbaugh getting suspended, is that he wouldn't cooperate. So that part's nothing new. This is, David, this goes back to our Florida State mentality from years and years ago. Deny, 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 don't talk to anybody.
And they did it, and it worked for last year. And the Big Ten, handed down the punishment that they handed down to Harbaugh, and the team won without him 3 times. But here's the other thing that's interesting, Mark, is that, when Harbaugh left to go to the Chargers and Sharon Moore, replaced him as head coach, one of the things that we all assumed was, well, he's not involved in this. He's never been named in any of this, so this is a clean start. He'll have his own staff. Stallions isn't on it. A couple of others went with Harbaugh, blah, 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 blah.
So you mean the 52 text messages that Connor Stallions and Moore were exchanging right after Stallions was found to be cheating? You're worried about those texts, maybe?
Oh, yeah, it's not a good look that the day that hits the fan, that the guy who didn't have anything to do with this was sending 52 texts to the ringleader of the cheating scandal. I mean, how many texts does it take to meet for lunch? So, yeah, it's not a good look. Yeah, it's not at all. I mean, what do you think he's texting him about? I mean, have you seen the latest with Harry and Meghan? I mean, let's see, that was late October of last year. Hey, how about these baseball playoffs? And then a series of texts went back and forth.
It's a long Zingerman order, David, to get the deli back to the offices, if you know what I mean. I mean, that's
Exactly.
a lot of sandwiches he's asking for.
And I mean, they're used to ordering from that place. It shouldn't take that long. It's not like one of them has to say, hey, what do they have? Can I get a pickle with that? Right. So now I'm interested. Now that the NCAA is, wait, you guys are going to try to be the NCAA again? Really?
But they don't run college football, so how do they take a natty away?
Well, they just took wins away from Kentucky. I mean, if they vacate your wins, they vacate your wins. I mean, let's just say, for argument's sake, and we have no idea if they're going to do this, and I think we all think they won't, because that would take guts. But, I mean, Mark, you're Michigan. I'm the NCAA. You win in the natty. Congratulations. After the fact, I take away the wins from the season during which you won the natty. Did you still win the natty?
Matter of fact, yes, we did.
Really?
Yeah.
It's listed in the record book. You went, I don't know, 0-0. Asterisk won the 2023 national title? Now, don't get me wrong. I don't expect Michigan to take the signage down. When I go to the big house next month, I fully expect there to be national champions 2023. I don't expect that will ever come down. This is not going to be like the Fab Five's Final Four banners. I don't think this will ever get taken down. But, I mean, Mark, if by chance the NCAA takes wins away from Michigan last year, I mean, Mark, even if you say from the moment Stallions resigned that you think Michigan acted on the up and up, aren't you penalizing them for the first 2 months of the year?
Yes. In theory, yes, you are.
So now are they the 6-0 national champions? I'm just curious. When I didn't think anything was going to come of this until the NCAA decided they were punishing Mark Stoops in Kentucky. And I'm like, do you know what you just opened up? I mean, do you think this sucker out? Or are you doing this for a reason?
Well, David, we've always said if North Carolina gets in a lot of trouble, they'll really slap Kentucky around.
We thought it'd be Middle Tennessee State.
Exactly. I thought Troy would be in trouble for this.
Right. Listen, there's no doubt that this Connor Stalions cheating scandal is going to cost one of the directional Michigan schools in the MAC an awful lot of pain.
It'll be Central because that's where he was disguised as. So Central's really going to take the brunt of this, David. The Chippewas are in big trouble.
What were they doing letting him on the sidelines for the one game? It's all their fault. So I have to admit, I'm curious. I am. I'm curious about this story.
And when will they ever come to a conclusion will be the next part of it. They moved through the Kentucky. That came at us out of nowhere that they vacated the Kentucky wins. Will they do the same with Michigan?
I'm sure that'll just go right under the rug. Nobody will pay any attention to that. Wait, what here? What press release they send out? The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Adam, if you're getting the Peacock commercial free, are they just running like the scenes of Paris during the commercials? Because there's a lot of commercials on Peacock.
By the way, today's a big day. A lot went on today.
All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks for waking up with us the first Monday of August. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Aaron McCann, Tony Barnhart to join us. Aaron to talk about the Michigan story, which is rekindled. The NCAA, bunch of allegations against Michigan, threatening to do some serious things. Tony Barnhart, Mr. College Football. He's written a book. We'll talk to the legendary sports writer coming up in the Diamond District bonus hour. Magic numbers are 19, 26, and 31. 19 days away from week 0, 26 from week 1, 31 days away from the Ravens and Chiefs to get this whole football season started.
Couple little housekeeping things to get going on quickly. If you want to text the show, it's 21,000. We do have a new keyword. That keyword is Miller. So you need to text Miller to 21,000. Then you're behind the green door and can text as much or as little as you would like from that point forward. And our fantasy football summit's coming up on August 20th.
That's 2 weeks tomorrow. So sign up for that sucker. Presented by Floormeisters. Millerandmoulton.com is how you sign up. It's that simple. 2 weeks tomorrow, the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. Right now it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Well, let's start with the Olympics. U.S. running away with the medal count. Had a big weekend of accumulating medals. We began the day with 71. We've already won another silver. But when the day began, we led China 71-45, France with 44. Gold medals, we tied the Chinese. We each have 19 gold medals. So, Mark, when the day began, 19 gold, 26 silver, 26 bronze. And we've added a silver.
And we're starting to win, David. That's what I'm talking about. W's.
To Mark, winning the bronze medal match is not a win.
You have no idea. It's my wife despises me right now when I bring this up. I mean, she gets so angry with me.
Well, and fortunately, you got this little facial infection going, so you haven't shaved in a couple of weeks. So she's loving the way you look. Now she's loving the way you think. Okay, I mean, you must be a big hit at home right now.
Just keep cooking. That's just when's dinner ready?
Well, Mark, you mentioned winning. We did do a lot of winning. How about Scotty Scheffler coming from way downtown, shooting a 9 under 62 to win the gold medal in golf by 1 over Tommy Fleetwood? Tell you what, Tommy Fleetwood is a very popular golfer, well thought of. He hasn't won squat.
Not a damn thing, David.
I mean, he has a lot of second and third place finishes, but you make it any sort of competition over in Europe, he's tremendous. A Ryder Cup, tremendous. Olympics in France, tremendous. Hideki Matsuyama finished third. So John Rahm at one point had a 5-shot lead or so, it seemed?
Thought it was 4. Thought it was
4-shot lead.
4. He was at 20, and the next closest was 16.
Okay, yeah. He proceeded to play the final 8 holes 5 over. Brandel Chambly said it was the biggest choke since Rory McIlroy at the U.S. Open. It's like, whoa! Look at Brandel there.
Look at him going after a live golfer.
Yeah,
what a shocker that is. That really surprised all of us that Brandel decided to go after a golfer that plays on the live tour.
But John Rahm did talk about the pain that he was feeling afterwards and saying, yeah, I've never felt anything like this before. Got to be honest, didn't necessarily want to feel it. Knew it meant a lot to me. Didn't realize just how much. Don't know if I ever want to feel this way again. Of course, you get inside jokes here. I mean, the reason Rahm fell apart is he fell apart on holes 64 through 72. So he's only used to playing 54. Hey, Bobby Fink won the gold medal in the 1,500-meter freestyle, set a world record in doing so. The significance is there was an American male that hadn't won a gold in swimming the whole Olympics, and this was our last shot. Otherwise, America was about to go goldless on that side of the pool. And Bobby Fink said, I'll take it from here, thank you. He repeats, winning the 1,500. Simone Biles, well, yes, Mark.
Well, and it also gave us the 1 gold lead over Australia, our swimming rival in the Olympics. We ended up having 1 more gold than Australia. That's the one that's the other reason why that was so big, David.
Damn Aussies.
Hey, they put the bulletin board material up. They don't want to hear our anthem. They talk smack before the Olympics.
Right.
We had 8. They had 7.
Simone Biles has 3 golds.
Take that in your Vegemite sandwich.
Because she won the vault over the weekend. She has 2 more events. They're both today. This is it. Today is the last day Simone Biles competes in this Olympics. Could be the last day she ever competes in the Olympics, considering she's 27. Although she hasn't ruled out competing in Los Angeles in 4 years. But Simone goes for gold in both the beam and the floor exercise today. She's favored to win in the floor. Katie Ledecky added another gold over the weekend. She finishes with 2 gold, a silver, and a bronze in these games. Not bad for a 27-year-old who's been winning medals in the Olympics since she was 15. She's won 9 gold over 14 medals. And when asked about Los Angeles, she goes, yeah, I'm planning on it. Why? Okay, because you're old, at least by athlete standards. And how about the fastest man in the world race? Pretty fast, pretty exciting. When they got to go to a photo finish, all right, it's a hell of a race. Noah Lyles won the gold medal for the U.S. in the 100-meter race by 5/1000ths of a second. That's like blink your eyelids twice.
It was amazing. The announcers had no clue who won. They thought the Jamaican won the race. They called it
Right.
wrong.
Yeah, he got it
initially.
wrong. You know,
That's a tough one.
that's tough. That's tough. I don't know why you can't sit that one out. Easy for me to say on my couch, but I mean, you got to get that right. That's, coming to the wire in a horse race, got to get the winning horse right. But anyway, so yeah, they said the Jamaican won. He finished second by 5/1000ths of a second. And hats off to Novak Djokovic at 37 years of age. He beats 21-year-old Carlos Alcaraz 7-6, 7-6. The match took 2 hours and 50 minutes, a 2-set match that took nearly 3 hours. They were slugging at each other. High-level stuff. First set took an hour and a half. And the old guy won. He had done everything in the sport except win the gold medal. He won the gold. Mark, he now joins Steffi, Serena, Andre Agassi, and Rafa. They're the 5 tennis players to win the so-called Golden Slam, where you've won all 4 majors and you've won an Olympic gold medal. NFL Hall of Fame weekend came and went. By the way, here are some of those first ballot Hall of Famers who we think will be at least semifinalists, if not finalists next year. Eli Manning. Does he get in?
Yeah.
First time around?
I think so.
Okay. You know how many Pro Bowls he went to?
No idea.
4. Terrell Suggs, Marshawn Lynch, Earl Thomas, all first-timers up for the Hall of Fame next year. Dolphins and Tyreek Hill restructure their deal. Miami doesn't add any more years. They add a touch more money, and they guarantee a lot more of it. Miami really could have walked away from Tyreek after this year. They took care of it so that now they pretty much have to have Tyreek for 2 more years. He'll make $90 million over the next 3 years, 65 of it guaranteed. So, this year and next year, and then if they want, they can pretty much walk. Mark, I'm high on the Rams. I may have to rethink it, if for no other reason than they've already suffered 3 injuries to their offensive line, and training camp is 2 weeks old, and none of them are minor injuries. Right tackle Rob Havenstein, left guard Jonah Jackson, left tackle Alaric Jackson. All of them with injuries that are described as week to week. Just
not how you want to start the season up front.
No. Also makes you think, are they going to play Stafford a play of the preseason if 3/5 of the starting line is unavailable? Tennessee signing a bunch of veterans on defense this offseason. And the Titans, remember, they signed Jamal Adams a couple of weeks ago? Well, they added his former teammate, Quandre Diggs, signed him to a 1-year deal worth up to $5 million. Titans go 4 deep at safety now. So they might be one of those salty last place teams, if you know what I mean, Mark.
Arizona from a year ago that played their tails off every game and maybe didn't win a whole hell of a lot.
Baseball, Marlins and Braves split a 4-game series, 7-0 Fish yesterday. Rays took 2 out of 3 from the Astros. All they do is just keep hanging around despite trading half the team. 1-0 Rays over the Astros. Baltimore beat Cleveland 9-5 to split a 4-game series with the Guardians. Yanks took 2 of 3 from the Jays by winning in extras. And so the Yankees and Orioles are tied atop the AL East. The White Sox have lost 20 in a row. 20. It is the second longest losing streak in the history of the American League. Only the Baltimore Orioles of, I think, 88, who started the season losing 21 consecutive games, have had a longer losing streak. The White Sox go for number 21 tonight in Oakland. By the way, will probably be a huge crowd in Oakland. A Monday night for a team that's moving against the worst team that anybody's basically ever seen. I say over under 4,000. Place your bets accordingly. Twins won, remain 4.5 back. Royals beat the Tigers 3-2 to remain 5 back. of the Guardians. Royals with a 3-run pinch hit homer in the 9th to beat the Tigers. Red Sox beat Texas 7-2. They're 2.5 back of the Royals for the final playoff spot. Phillies snap a 6-game losing streak. Zach Wheeler was tremendous. 6-0 Phillies over the Mariners. Angels took 2 of 3 for the Mets, 3-2. Mets now a 1.5 games behind Arizona for the final playoff spot. Arizona was down 4-0 to Paul Skeens and the Pirates. Came back to beat the Pirates 6-5. They did most of the damage off the bullpen, but still, big win for Arizona. San Diego keeps the pressure on the Dodgers. They're 4.5 back with a 10-2 win over Colorado. Dodgers have won 2 in a row, beat Oakland 3-2. Washington 4-3 over Milwaukee. Cubs 6-2 over the Cards. Giants 8-2 over our Reds. Golf, Mariah Jitanagarn hadn't won a tournament this decade. Had only had one top 20 finish all year. Went to Portland, shot 22 under, won the Portland Classic by 2. By the way, you remember that Dutch golfer that they said she qualified for the Olympics? And the Netherlands actually said, yeah, we don't think you're good enough. We're not going to let you compete. She finished 5th in Portland, shot 18 under. But apparently she sucks. And finally, the NCAA, notice of allegations. They allege 7 members of the Michigan coaching staff committed violations and that the team did also for non-compliance, which is considered a level 1, the most serious violation. 5 of the 7 coaches, by the way, alleged to have committed level 1 violations, including Jim Harbaugh, mostly for non-compliance. But here's the kicker. Current head coach Sharon Moore, who hadn't been mentioned in any of the controversy last year, now prominently mentioned because he deleted 52 texts to the disgraced coach Connor Stallions, you know, the ringleader of the cheating scandal. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. The NCAA just took away 10 wins from Kentucky 3 years ago because of kids apparently having illegal jobs where they got paid for stuff that they didn't do for a year. So I don't know if the NCAA thinks this is more serious than that or less. But, I mean, 5 of the 7 charges are level 1, the most serious charges they have on the books. So what is the NCAA going to do? We shall see. And as we approach 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
So there you go. Kind of get you updated. But we're at 72 medals now, 19 gold, 27 silver, 26 bronze. We've already added a silver today. And Simone Biles is competing in 2 events. Suni Lee's competing in 1 more event. Ratings go down from this portion of the Olympics after today, just so you know. No more women.
The track and field don't get the gymnastics numbers?
Well, no more women's gymnastics. And not only that, aren't we pretty much done with the pool?
We are done with the pool.
So we're done with the pool, and we're going to be done with women's gymnastics after tonight.
And we've run both 100-meter dashes.
Yeah, I'd say ratings are going down.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA-certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymade.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymade.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So, in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think it's the star power DC of these games. I think, Simone, Ledecky, and I think stars appreciate other stars. I think greatness appreciates greatness. Ambient, I have to admit, you were fascinated by our guest list, and I literally, at the beginning of the starting five, announced our guest list today.
I didn't tweet it out. That's on me. I just did.
Gotcha.
That's where it's coming from. Just
Gotcha.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this stormy Monday. Not everywhere, but in a decent swath of our audience. Glad the storms, for the most part, have left Southwest Florida, Lake City, Jacksonville, getting hit pretty hard right now, particularly Lake City. It looks as if Huntsville is going to be in the clear. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Aaron McCann, 1 hour from now, to talk about the Michigan troubles with the NCAA. That's the Michigan football team. And Tony Barnhart, Mr. College Football. He's written a book. Talk to him about it and get his thoughts with the college football season being, 19 days away from week 0, 26 away from Clemson, Georgia, Miami, Florida, and some other, LSU or no, A&M, Notre Dame, which is
that's the big triple bill, right? Georgia, Clemson first, then Florida, Miami at 3:30, and then the night games, Notre Dame and A&M, correct?
Are Notre Dame, A&M Saturday? Yeah, they're Saturday because LSU, USC, I think, is the Sunday game. That's what I think. In fact, I was just talking to somebody who's Herb Street spotter, and he was talking about he's got Notre Dame and A&M, and then he's going to Vegas for LSU and USC. I go, that's a tough opening weekend. He goes, yeah. And he's riding Herbie's private jet from College Station to Vegas, too. I said, well. He goes, yeah, no private jet home, though. I go, oh, sorry about that.
Boy, do you guys get spoiled quickly. you really do. And it's funny, of all the things you've done, your professional career, I am not jealous of at all. I'm not. I'm envious of the great games you get to call. I'm happy for you every time you get to work a big game, but I get jealous if you get on Aikman's plane.
It's only happened twice.
I understand that, but that's the one of all the, I've flown private once, and it wasn't even a jet. It was a prop plane. I flew to the Bahamas and rented a plane for the family, and six of us flew to the Bahamas because it ended up being about the same price it was going to be to fly commercial. And that was great. When you leaving? When we're ready to go. Oh, the plane's here, time to go. We walk on, it's incredible. But that's the one. That's the big time move you have over everybody. Not in the booth for these big games. Flying private a couple of times, and you'll do it a couple more. Don't kid yourself. You'll work your way onto these. You've done a pretty good job of figuring out.
Well, come to think of it, I think I've been on the plane 4 times now that I think about it. See, the one time it was, it was the pandemic, though. We had to. We literally, that's when we did a game Sunday. We did like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday 1 week. I mean, we had a crazy week during the pandemic. So, and literally commercially, I couldn't get to Buffalo in time. Like, we did a Sunday game in Tampa, and then we had to get to Buffalo because they had a doubleheader, a Monday night doubleheader. They had moved the Chiefs Bills to 5:00 before the regularly scheduled, Monday Night Football. We were at Fox at the time. So the game has to be over. That Monday Night Football window can't be interrupted by anything else. So the Chiefs and the Bills played at 5:00 on a Monday. And we literally, the crew commercially could not get from Tampa because we did the 4:25 game Sunday. We couldn't get out Sunday night. and we couldn't get to Buffalo in time to do the game. And so Aikman offered up his plane, and we were packed on that sucker. I mean, there were like 13 of us on that plane, and it comfortably seats 6 to 8. So,
boy, you guys had to. I mean, that's roughing it. I mean, that's
now
not since you stayed in a Red Roof Inn has it been that tough on you.
There's no doubt. That was the flying equivalent for the A-listers, of which I'm not one of them. For the A-listers, that was the flying equivalent of staying in a hotel that's named Inn and Suites. There's no doubt about it. All right. That was the small college town hotel that they were flying in. Now, after the game Monday, there were only about 4 of us who flew to Philly for our next game. Now that was now we're at 9 o'clock at night. We're watching Monday Night Football. That I got to admit, that was living. Short flight too. We're set up at the Four Seasons in Philly watching the fourth quarter. I mean, that's how fast we got there. You're right, Mark. That was living. It's also arguably, just behind the curtain, I hope this doesn't bore anybody or sounded too obnoxious. It's also the funniest line Troy Aikman has ever uttered around me. So we're checking into the Four Seasons in Philadelphia. Mark, you know me. You know how I look. Even when I dress up, you know how I look. I'm walking into the hotel with Aaron Andrews and Troy Aikman. And Troy's at the counter because they have 2 people working behind the counter. So, I let EA and Troy
A-listers go get their rooms.
Right. And I'm going to check in when the first one opens up. And Troy literally turns around while checking in and says, quote, "Moulton, you ever stayed here before?"
All the time, Troy.
I looked right at him. I said, "Oh yeah, I got the card to get a discount and everything." What do you ever stayed here before? I'm waiting to get arrested and being told I'm not worthy of staying here. What are you talking about? I'm surprised you let me on your plane. What? So, anyway. So there we have it. 19, 26, 31, the magic numbers for the upcoming football season. So I'm serious about this. You changing your tune? You said last week that golf, tennis, what was the other one?
Golf, tennis, and soccer.
Soccer should not be Olympic sports because the Olympics has to be pardon the pun, the gold standard of your sport. I mean, if this isn't the most important thing in your sport, then it really shouldn't be in the Olympics.
I was overwhelmed by how competitive the golf was on all fronts. Not just the great play, but Rahm falling apart, Schauffele falling apart, how much that this tournament obviously meant to them. And I think I miscalculated. Because, David, the golfers were talking about not caring about the Olympics 4 years ago.
Rory didn't play, I believe, in the first Olympics that it was eligible. When it got reinstated, I don't think Rory played. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
So golf was talking about talking about whether or not this was the right move.
Yes.
It wasn't just some Yahoo on a radio show saying golf shouldn't be in the Olympics. Golf was talking about whether or not they should be in the Olympics.
Right.
And I think after yesterday, I don't know if the cement completely hardened, David, but there's a lot more cement on the floor of the golf in the Olympics than there ever had been before.
Let me ask you this. Do you think they should double down? And here's what I mean by that. Do you think last week was for the individual competition? Do you think that they should do a team competition this week? Or is that too much? Number one. All right.
I don't look at golf as a team game. I don't.
Okay.
It's why I have trouble with the team part of LIV, David. Golf is an individual sport.
Okay.
It's not a team game.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you think that it should be stroke play? Or do you think that it should be match play? The thought being that, and I forget how big the field is yesterday. Is it like 60, 70 golfers, something like that? And obviously, 80% of the field had no shot at a medal, heading into the final round. The thought being that should golf be match play for the medals, not stroke play?
I'm fine with the medal play, 4-day tournament. I have no problem with how they structure it. I hadn't really given much thought of how you would. I mean, it may be longer if you go into a match play scenario. I don't know if they could do it with the number of competitors they have, could they get it done in a timely fashion?
Well, I think they'd have to limit it to 64 because the other thing is I don't think you can spend a day or two having people shoot rounds to qualify for the match play. To me, match play would have to start with the 64 that are in the field. And then you go from there. And if you win, what is it? 6 matches? So, it's how they do the U.S. amateurs, and, that's how they do it. They narrow it. They narrow stroke play, narrows it down to 64, and then they do match play, and you got to win 6 matches over usually 4, at most 5 days.
I'm fine with them doing it the way they did it because I thought the theater was great.
Oh, the theater was amazing. Oh,
the course played out fantastically with what they were trying to do. You had an eagleable par 5 down the stretch. You had a drivable par 4 down the stretch. I mean, you had a lot of fun holes to finish this golf course.
I mean, I will say there were holes down the stretch where you could challenge the pin and make birdie, but you were bringing water into play. I mean, they had pins that were tucked tight next to water, but you want to cut that sucker in, okay, but if you miss it, that's a double. Just so you know. Man, Rahm and Schauffele threw up all over themselves, and meanwhile, Scheffler was just remarkable.
Thought it was funny, David, because you and I had the conversation on the show of who's going to be player of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Schauffele early on challenging for the lead. And one of the announcers says, 2 majors and a gold medal, that would go a long way for player of the year. And literally after he said it, Schauffele just falls apart. And Scotty Scheffler starts making birdie after birdie after birdie and cements his player of the year victory that'll come here when the season concludes.
Yep. 9 birdies, no bogeys to go win a gold medal. And I mean, he hit it so damn close, it doesn't matter that he's only an above average putter. I mean, Miller and Moulton would have made about 4 of those 9 birdies. He was hitting it so damn close. Golly.
His ability to hit the number, if he's 156 away to hit it to pin high all the time, is just unbelievable right now.
Oh, it's the best since Tiger. I mean, the Tiger was great at controlling his distance. Great. Jack, Tiger, and right now Scheffler's on a roll. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We need a poll question. Oh, they did? Oh, that sucks.
Sonny, he's won 2 majors, both the Masters. No, this will not put Scotty in the Jack Arnie Tiger conversation. No, I would change my vote after the Olympics. Nope. 7 wins, the Masters, the Players, the gold medal. I think Xander's got either just the 2 majors or the 2 majors and 1 other, and nope. And to me, I could care less what happens with this FedEx Cup. I don't care if Schauffele wins every tournament in it. I don't care. A poll question. Is Eli Manning a first ballot Hall of Famer? No. Now, heading into the Olympics, I would have given it to Schauffele. But
There you go. Eli questions up.
now, did you ask, is he a Hall of Famer or is he a first ballot Hall of
Ballot.
Famer? Yeah. Yeah, of course we do, Counter Relief. How long have you listened to the show? No. No, we usually do our predictions either the Wednesday before the season starts or the Thursday of the season starting. Right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Aaron McCann, who covers Michigan football. He'll join us at the top of the hour. NCAA zeroing in on Michigan's football program. 7 major violations, 7 different people and the program alleged to have committed them. We'll talk to Aaron about it. Tony Barnhart, the beginning of our bonus hour, Mr. College Football. He's written a book, and we'll talk a little college football with Tony in a little more than 90 minutes' time.
David, the text line is open at 21,000. A new keyword is needed if you want to text the show. That keyword is Miller. It's because it's easier to spell than Moulton. I don't think Moulton's that hard to spell, but some of you do for whatever reason. So we went with Miller. 21,000 Miller if you've never texted the show. But, David, we're starting to get texts like this, and it makes me smile. Heard Georgia Tech's better this year than people think. And I think they have a real chance at upsetting FSU. What do you guys think?
Is that from a Gator or a Canes fan? Is that who sent that text in?
That's actually a Georgia fan based on their text history.
Oh, wow.
And then another one, just wanted to make sure he was back through the gates and, asked the question after I said yes. He said, awesome, War Eagle. My Tigers may be good this year. What do you think? Normally, David, I would mock those texts. But you could tell by my voice, that wasn't a mocking tone.
No.
It's an excited tone.
Right.
They're ready. They see the magic numbers. They know how close we are to Georgia Tech and Florida State. And now they're starting to feel it.
19 days away from Florida State and Georgia Tech in Dublin. 26 days away from the first college football Saturday for everybody. And 31 days away from Ravens and Chiefs, 4 weeks Thursday. So, yeah, we are doing this, folks. We are definitely doing this. We'll make our picks, by the way. People are beginning to wonder. We will make picks. We do not let a season start without making our picks. So don't you worry. Now, we'll debate whether or not we have to make them before week 0 because Miller and Moulton are not huge week 0 fans, but we will make our picks for both college and pro, and we will do it before the seasons kickoff. You can count on that. And we will acknowledge all the mistakes that we made. I don't know if it's mistakes, just,
Inaccuracies
Yeah.
in prognostication, David.
Yeah. Which, might as well be our middle name.
Exactly.
I saw a menu the other day in which they were listing like little, fries, $2.99, onion rings, $2.99, and then it's she's not hungry was the appetizer, and it's an order of fries, and it's like 3 wings and 2 mozzarella sticks. I thought that was pretty creative because she's not hungry, and then you start eating, and she'll pick. So it's literally an appetizer item. It's she's not that hungry. Order of fries, 3 wings, 2 mozzarella sticks.
That's perfect.
That's kind of like, were we inaccurate or did we just miss?
Did they have a drink on the menu? Said she's not mad too?
That I didn't
Or
see.
I'm fine.
Right. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So I mentioned in the starting five that, the NFL Hall of Fame weekend had come and gone. But I mentioned, hey, here's who's going to be on the ballot for the first time next year. And the headline name is Eli Manning. I mean, I'm not sure if we listed these players and just asked, rank them in terms of best player 1 through 4. Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs, Marshawn Lynch, Earl Thomas.
Ooh.
And you're just listing, the way over the weekend, I guess the players' vote came out in the NFL. They listed the top 100. By the way, the players said that Patrick Mahomes is not the best player in the game. What? Morons. Don't, by the way, as players, tell us how much we suck when you guys don't even vote Mahomes the best player in the game. What is your problem? All right. So just if you had to vote there, Eli, Terrell Suggs, Marshawn Lynch, Earl Thomas. Was Eli a better quarterback than Marshawn Lynch was a running back?
I don't think so.
Was Eli a better quarterback than Terrell Suggs was an edge rusher?
No.
Was Eli a better quarterback than Earl Thomas was a safety?
I'm not sure.
So it sounds like you're voting Eli 1 through 4, you're voting him third.
Right.
Right. Yet of the 4, if we were to say one of them's going to get in the Hall of Fame next year, who are we betting on?
Eli Manning would be my bet, David.
So we all are willing to acknowledge that Eli is going to get in the Hall of Fame, correct?
I don't know how you could argue against that. I really don't.
So the question is really, is he going to get in his first time eligible? Because remember, we talk about this all the time. We have a backlog. We do. So are they going to put Eli in? Here's the other thing. And if you don't think this enters the equation, I think you're mistaken. Breeze gets in the following year. Breeze's last year was the 2019 season. Or no, I'm sorry, the 2020 season. His last year was the 2020 season. So, that's the other thing. To me, they want to have their headliners.
And would they put them both in at the same time if Eli doesn't go in year 1, where Eli and Breeze both enter the Hall together? That seems, it doesn't seem, I guess it's not unlikely, but I think Eli goes in year 1, David. I really do.
I think he goes in year 1 also.
Matter of fact, that's a poll question.
Really?
You came up with it. You liked it. I typed it. I said, What do you got for a poll question? You said, is Eli Manning a first ballot Hall of Famer? I said, you know what? Works for me.
So actually, my math's off with Breeze. Breeze will only be 4 years removed after this season. So Breeze is going to have to wait another year. So my bad on that one. Because his last year, Brady and the Bucks beat him in the playoffs, and that was the pandemic year of 2020. So Breeze played the 2020 season. Eli didn't play. The 2019 was his last year. So that's why this year will be Eli's 5th out of the league, and then he's eligible.
Names don't hurt. I know it shouldn't matter in that room, but that Manning name carries a lot of weight, David.
There's no denying, if you were to describe him as a regular season quarterback, that he's somewhere between, I think, B- and B+, depending on your perspective. He's not a Hall of Fame quarterback based on his regular season play. He's not. I mean, Mark, and I think he's one of the most overrated quarterbacks of all time. Regular season Tony Romo, regular season Eli Manning.
Romo's numbers are better, aren't they?
His numbers are better. I mean, I will say whenever it was a big game in the regular season, Eli beat him. But, but anyway, comparable, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Eli, if he gets in, or when he gets in, he's getting in on what he did in January and February, which, come to think of it, not a bad criteria, is it? Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto, dinner, and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock. The Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Ambient, this is really going to honk you off, but you explained to me why Terrell Davis is in the Hall of Fame. He had 3 years. He had 3 great years. He had 3 Hall of Fame years. He had a 3-year career. 3 years. 96, 97, 98. So Terrell Davis had Marshawn Lynch had 3,000 more yards than Terrell Davis and 25 more touchdowns. Marshawn Lynch rushed for over 10,000 yards and 85 touchdowns. Now, do I think TD gets in the Hall of Fame if he doesn't get injured? Yes. But now they put him in. But I'll say this. Since Terrell Davis is in the Hall of Fame, Sterling Sharp should be in the Hall of Fame. Well, and Paul, you wonder if they had given him the ball at the 1 and he scores, does that cement him being in the Hall of Fame? What do you mean? I mean, it was different back then.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour, Aaron McCann will join us at the top of the hour, talk about the, apparent trouble that the Michigan football program's in and how worried are they in Ann Arbor that, if the NCAA is taking wins away from the Kentucky football program, are they going to take wins away from the Michigan football program? And, they won a pretty big game last year. We'll talk to Aaron McCann about it coming up at the top of the hour. Mr. College Football, Tony Barnhart, to join us at the beginning of the Diamond District bonus hour. Our poll question: NFL Hall of Fame weekend came and went, and we're already looking ahead. Eli Manning is the most high-profile first-time candidate that will be up for the Hall of Fame next year. Do you believe Eli is a first ballot Hall of Famer? We all agree he'll get in. Do you think he'll get in right away?
Early voting on X says yes, David, but the people texting the show at 21,000, keyword Miller, by the way, aren't that impressed. Most of the people texting in say Breeze deserves the Hall more than Eli. No, he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. This one just says Omaha Productions has enough clout for Eli.
Well, there's no doubt that one's fame helps. There's no doubt about it. Like, I don't know if Dan Dierdorf ever makes the Hall of Fame if he didn't go into broadcasting and have such a high-profile career. And he was a great player, but his teams never won a playoff game. I think it helped Dan tremendously. I believe that he went into broadcasting and did really well.
Another just simply said Eli equals Jim Plunkett.
And Jim is not in the Hall of Fame. I believe he's the only quarterback to have won 2 Super Bowls, not in the Hall of Fame. For the record, I voted no. And that may surprise a lot of you because I'm a Giants fan. But let me ask you this, Mark. And first off, every year is different. Who's on the ballot, this, that, the other thing. Kurt Warner, Eli Manning, better career.
Wow.
Career.
No, I know exactly what the question was, David. That's a tough one because Kurt Warner had, two different careers almost, it seems.
He did. Not that it seems, he did. Got started late. We all know the story. Then won 2 MVPs in 3 seasons, took the Rams to 2 Super Bowls, won one of them, was MVP of the game, and then took Arizona to the Super Bowl and had a lead with less than 2 minutes to go.
That's really close because Eli was consistent throughout. Boy, that's a tough question, David.
And the reason I brought up Kurt Warner is in the Hall of Fame. I believe he got in the 5th time he was eligible. And so that's why I just brought that up. We all think Eli's getting in. All right. Played in New York, the 2 Super Bowls, MVP of both, beat the Patriots both times. And listen, Eli Manning in January and February is a Hall of Fame quarterback. I mean, you can't argue that. You could hate him. Okay. Eli Manning in January and February is one of the 10 best quarterbacks of all time. He is. Look it up. His playoff record, his performances. Eli was amazing when it was money time.
David, aren't there, I don't know about a lot, but isn't there a handful of quarterbacks that are in the Hall of Fame because of their postseason success, not necessarily their regular season success?
Well, I could argue Aikman. I mean, also the offense that he played in, they were never a pass-first offense. So he doesn't have the stats. I mean, when people look up Troy Aikman's stats, they go, how's he in the Hall of Fame? And the first thing you have to say is, you didn't see him play, did you? But secondly, also, it's like, yeah, okay. But when they put the ball in his hands, there weren't many that were better. Did you ever see him throw the ball? I mean, here's one thing I will say, and it's not just because I've gotten to know the guy and I work with him. When you watch highlight reels, you very rarely see Michael Irvin and the Cowboy receivers having to dive and make a catch. There's very few dramatic catches. Aikman was like Warner in that sense. So accurate. The ball was always on the receiver. But Aikman in the postseason was great.
But stop me if I'm wrong here, but Greasy, isn't that a lot of postseason and Dolphins success over what he did in the regular season?
Well, Greasy now would be an unbelievably controversial selection because, okay, they go to 3 Super Bowls, they win the 2. Well, hell, the 1 Super Bowl season, he hardly played. The perfect season. Gets hurt in week 5. Earl Morrall wins league MVP. Earl Morrall wins the first playoff game. Greasy comes off the bench in the AFC Championship game. Yeah, Mark, they won the Super Bowl. Do you know how many passes Greasy threw in the Super Bowl? I think the answer is 8. So I would argue Bob Greasy got in because of regular season Bob Greasy. Even more so than playoff Bob Greasy. But Jim Plunkett's the only guy to win 2 Super Bowls and not be in the Hall of Fame. Now, obviously, Brady's not eligible yet, and what have you. But, and those that don't want Eli in or don't want him in first time, Mark, point out that he only made 4 Pro Bowls in a 16-year career. And when you thought of the great quarterbacks of his era, and Eli's era was 2004 through 2019, and you start listing a bunch of quarterbacks. Like, Mark, I'll ask you, better quarterback, Phillip Rivers, Eli Manning?
Regular season?
No, better quarterback. You can define it however you want. Better quarterback, Phillip Rivers, Eli Manning?
Phillip Rivers.
Okay. Is Phillip Rivers going to get in the Hall of Fame?
No. No, he doesn't have 2 Lombardis. That makes a difference.
Yeah, but he was a better quarterback. Shouldn't you just put him in? Right?
It's not the better quarterback competition. It's the Hall of Fame. And in
Oh,
the biggest moments, Eli Manning was bigger.
Eli was amazing. No, seriously, Eli wasn't very good in the postseason. Eli was great in the postseason. And it's not just the Super Bowls. I mean, I'm telling you, in the postseason, he's definitely a top 10 quarterback of all time, postseason quarterback. He's probably top 5. That's how good he was in January and February. Not the same guy in September through December when it was like, his TD and interception ratio, I think was, it's a 500. Everybody points that out. He was a 500 quarterback. Okay.
But something about he and those teams when the postseason came that he was just different.
So his first postseason game, he was horrible, by the way. They got shut out at home, got beaten badly. He was horrendous. But, that's the other thing. The Giants, during their 2 Super Bowl runs, you know how many home wins they had? And they had to play 4 games both times. So they won 8 playoff games the 2 times they won the Super Bowl. You know how many times they played at home? Once. Do the math. Super Bowls were neutral. So, 1 home, 2 neutral. How many games left? 5. Yeah, that's 5 road playoff wins. Beat the number 1 seed in the NFC both times. Beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl both times.
And between beating Rodgers and then beating Brady, those are the games that people remember.
Now, let me ask you this, though. Another guy who's going to get under serious consideration next year, whether he gets in or not first time, is Marshawn Lynch. Would Eli be a Hall of Fame quarterback if they had only won the first Super Bowl? Tyree on the helmet.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Because now, and this is impossible to do, I'm asking all of us to do the impossible. Do you think Marshawn Lynch is a Hall of Fame running back, yes or no? If your answer is no, and for the record, over 10,000 yards rushing, 85 touchdowns. That, to me, is not Hall of Fame. That's very good, but I think O.J. Anderson's a better. To me, I'll name 8 running backs who need to go in before Marshawn Lynch. Now, what if they gave Marshawn Lynch the ball on the 1.5-yard line in that Super Bowl against the Patriots? And beast mode pounds that sucker in, and the Seahawks go back-to-back. Is beast mode a Hall of Famer?
He'd be responsible in a lot of people's eyes for a Super Bowl win.
Score the game-winning touchdown.
Right.
In a team that then would be thought of differently by going back-to-back also.
They have this little Hall of Fame monitor calculator on Pro Football Reference. The average Hall of Fame running back has a 106.95. Marshawn Lynch has a 69.14. Basically saying he's not a Hall of Famer.
No, I don't think he is either.
And not close, according to that. Eli is off by a pretty good distance as well.
Sure. Regular season Eli, not a Hall of Fame quarterback. Regular season Eli, not one of the 10 best quarterbacks of his era, you could argue. I mean, he was never first or second team All-Pro, Eli. Now, granted, think about when he played. He's going up against Brady and his brother. And, it's tough to make first, second, or third team quarterback during his era.
That's the part of the conversation that's most interesting to me, is where did he fit even in his era? And who's he going to get in ahead of from his era that he didn't have the numbers of during the regular season?
Kurt Warner's in. Kurt Warner started 5 years earlier than Eli, but, they played in the same era. Obviously, they were teammates Eli's rookie year. We all know about Tom, Peyton, Ben, Phillip Rivers, 2004 through 2019.
I mean, a lot of Rodgers in there.
Sure. I mean, Favre, that was the tail end of Favre. Favre's career ended in 2010. But yeah, I mean, Aaron Rodgers got the job in what, 08? No, 09? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But he's got the 2 rings.
Listen, we all acknowledge he's going to be a Hall of Famer. We all acknowledge that. A New York quarterback, 2 Super Bowls, a historically great postseason quarterback. He's going to get in the Hall of Fame. Is he just going to get in first year eligible?
I think he will. I really do, David. That name carries a lot of weight inside those halls. And sometimes that's the difference between one guy getting in and another not. And I think he goes in year 1.
So it's our poll question. Eli's up for the Hall of Fame for next year. Hall of Fame weekend just came and went. This also was not the sexiest class. Patrick Willis, Devin Hester, Andre Johnson, Mongo, Randy Gradishar. I mean, this was not a sexy Hall of Fame class. No quarterbacks, 1 wide receiver, no running backs. Does the name factor also? Does the NFL want that as a headliner next year? That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. All right, let's talk college football. The NCAA, they seem to be zeroing in on Michigan. A lot of alleged violations. A lot of alleged people with the alleged violations.
And none of them are talking.
No. Total lack of cooperation from everybody. So what are they going to do? And oh, by the way, the new head coach, he deleted 52 texts from the guy who was spying on everybody the day he got caught. Aaron McCann covers Michigan football. He's next. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
Mark
Moulton.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see? Oh.
Aaron's on. What were you saying? We got 40 seconds.
He had a poll question which he put out yesterday to his 7,000 plus followers, which is, do you dip your pizza crust in ranch dressing? And 54% said no.
I want to talk to the 46%.
I know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Thanks so much for being with us. Halfway through Miller and Moulton on what is a stormy Monday throughout much of the northern half of Florida and into Georgia and the Carolinas. Stay safe. Don't know if you can stay dry during these next couple days. Aaron McCann is kind enough to join us. Aaron McMahon, my mispronunciation there. Aaron McMahon is kind enough to join us. He covers the Michigan Wolverines for the Ann Arbor News and for MLive.com. And you can follow Aaron on X at Aaron McMahon, big M, little c, big M-A-N-N. Aaron, it's David and Mark. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I hope you guys are all dodging the storms down there.
Well, thank you. And so far, cross fingers, the two of us have. And listen, before we get into something serious, just noticed you on X. You put up a poll question yesterday. Can we get into this? Do you dip your pizza crust in ranch dressing? We didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it was a conversation my wife and I had the other day. We got pizza and she brought it up, and like, that's not something I do, but she apparently enjoys it. So it was just a topic of conversation.
Well, it's good to know that you've got a lot. I mean, your wife might not like it, but it's obvious based on the poll results, you've got a lot of women following you on X. I mean, it's the only thing I can put this up for.
Apparently, yes.
All right. Let's talk. Obviously, last year's story is now rearing its ugly head again. And tackle this from where you want to start. What concerns Michigan, never mind the fan base, the most? Is it that they took wins away from Kentucky football recently and they're worried they may do the same with Michigan football? Or is it the fact that their current head coach, who wasn't a part of any of last year's story, is now apparently part of this year's story?
Probably all the above. You know, I do think Michigan fans are probably concerned about, potential future, whether it's vacating games or full bans or whatever the case, may be, putting them on, some extended probation. It's tricky, right? Because the college football playoff in and of itself is a separate entity from the regular season. So I don't think the NCAA at this point can take that away from them or preclude them from the CFP. So it's a tricky, delicate situation. Like, I think a lot of fans up here aren't really bothered by all this stuff. They're happy that Michigan got it, 3 Big Ten championships and the national championship, and then they're going to look the other way and forget about it. But I do think it has a lot of college football fans across the country talking. A lot of people are weighing whether or not Michigan had an upper hand here and an advantage. And I think that's what the NCAA is trying to figure out. The question, right, I guess, more specifically, and relative to the situation right now, is what happens with Michigan's head coach Sharon Moore, because he already served the 1-game suspension last year for separate rules violations with recruiting from a couple of years back. Now he's being implicated in knowing or potentially having some type of involvement in this Connor Stallion situation. So there's a lot of moving pieces here, a lot of people involved. A lot of people have left, including their former head coach Jim Harbaugh. So it's a weird situation. I'm curious to see what the NCAA does here.
Well, Michigan's not been very cooperative in this. I mean, Connor Stallion's obviously not talking. Harbaugh didn't spend a lot of time talking. That's why he was suspended. So I'm just curious, what do they think they can get out of this being the NCAA? Because Michigan has not been that forthcoming with the information that they want to give up.
Correct. Yeah, they went to Jim Harbaugh and asked for cell records. I know his attorney, Tom Mars, told them to basically go fly a kite and get away from us. They did not give those over. Connor Stallions, as you said, the person kind of the center of the science field controversy, has not cooperated at all, to my understanding. In fact, he hasn't participated in a single interview. He hasn't given over any documents, and there's no intention to. So you're right. The NCAA is working with incomplete information. They're working with what they have. A lot of it's already been made public in terms of the tickets purchased by Stallions for his associates to attend games, to film sidelines of future opponents. A lot of stuff's already been kind of thrown out there in the public ether. So the NCAA, they're working with what they have. Obviously, it's not everything. I think the big question here is to what extent did Michigan's coaching staff know about this situation, right? Connor Stalions is the centerpiece, but there have been a few other coaches in the periphery involved. And now Sherrone Moore, as you said, he's facing a potential level 2 violation with the NCAA for deleting a text message thread with Stalions last October after the news became public of the sign stealing stuff. So that was kind of always the question we had at the beginning, right? Who knew what and how far did this go? Jim Harbaugh denied having any knowledge or involvement in it. Another assistant coach was implemented in kind of blocking the NCAA investigation, claimed he didn't know anything about it. But now Michigan's current head coach is in hot water to potentially have some sort of knowledge of what was going on.
Aaron McCann, he covers Michigan football for the Ann Arbor News and MLive.com. He's also host of the Wolverine Confidential podcast. Follow Aaron on X at Aaron McCann, Big M, little C, Big M, A, N, N. It's also a mystery, Aaron. I mean, what can the NCAA do? They can take wins away, but they're not responsible for the championship. If they take wins away, will the Big Ten then take away the Big Ten championships away? I mean, it's kind of puzzling here. What can the NCAA really do, right?
That's just it. They can potentially vacate wins. They just did it with Kentucky on Friday for a separate investigation. They could, level recruiting, limitations on Michigan. They've done that to some degree in the last 6 months to a year from the previous investigation. So there are things they can do, but at the end of the day, is it going to take away Michigan's national championship? Is it going to reverse the Big Ten title? I don't know. I would be more going back to last year when the sign stealing stuff broke, the Big Ten came out pretty hard and fast. They're unhappy about the situation. The Big Ten membership was unhappy. Other schools were complaining, and the Big Ten tried to do something. They leveled a 3-game suspension. Jim Harbaugh. They made a public reprimand of Michigan. I would think the Big Ten might be interested in potentially taking down those Big Ten title banners, but as we've seen in previous iterations of stuff like this, where schools are, their titles are relinquished, does it really have much of an effect, moving forward? I don't know. The fans are always going to remember it. They're going to cherish it and everything else, and Michigan's certainly still going to celebrate it. So I think at this point, the only thing the Big Ten and the NCAA can do is try and prevent something like this from happening again. If you talk to Michigan fans, they'll tell you Michigan didn't necessarily break the rules. They found a loophole and were able to exploit it. Whereas, other folks say, well, they gained an extraordinary upper hand there, to which, no one had really, no other schools have been found, guilty of doing such a thing. So it's a complicated, tricky situation when I think the NCAA is going to try and do something, but whether it has a, concrete, involvement, I don't know.
Aaron, when you look at this from Michigan's standpoint, not their fans, but from the Michigan people, they don't like Michigan's always held themselves at a higher standard. They've always been above board. They don't like any. I mean, this is Harbaugh is getting reprimanded by the NCAA, something that doesn't happen in Ann Arbor. So I'm curious, what type of hot seat, if any, does that put more on heading into the season if any of this is found out to be true? Because Harbaugh was the golden child. He came back home to deliver him a title. Now Moore has to go and deal with what Harbaugh and Stalions and others may have done. Does this put him in any hot water to start his tenure at the University of Michigan?
I think it would. You look at his contract he signed back in January. It's really opened the door to Michigan, terminating him early and without penalty if he's found guilty of violations regarding this. But you're right. Michigan doesn't want to be in this situation. Even if you go back to the previous investigations from a couple of years ago for recruiting violations, Michigan ended up settling with the NCAA. He took a 3-year probation sentence. They basically came and said, "Yeah, we were guilty," and Jim Harbaugh was guilty of not complying. They were embarrassed by it. The black eye, it wasn't the end all be all. It was just, at that point, it was just recruiting violations and something that other schools have been found, guilty of in the past. But this is a different situation, right? This is a bigger black eye. Some folks may look at it as cheating, and there may be some, I think, behind the scenes in Michigan were embarrassed by the situation as well. I will say I think Michigan would probably be a little bit more likely to move on from Moore. now as opposed to maybe a year ago when Jim Harbaugh was still at the helm. Again, as you said, Jim Harbaugh was a golden child. He was someone who Michigan fans and administrators and the like looked up to. They kind of bend at the knee to him. They let a lot of things go while he was there. They let a lot of things pass. Jim kind of had to run the mill there in Ann Arbor. So it certainly opened doors for them moving out from Sherrone Moore. I think they're certainly going to let the situation play out. And certainly I think it would give him this year. And it's important to point out these MCL investigations take so long. I mean, right now we're at the draft notice of allegations point. At some point, an actual notice of allegations will be sent to Michigan, and they'll have time to respond, and then they'll go to the Committee of Infractions of the NCAA to determine some type of penalty, and then Michigan will obviously have an opportunity to respond and perhaps settle if they want to. So this is going to be a long, drawn-out process. I suspect we'll be talking more about it all fall, and then maybe this time next year we'll have some kind of conclusion as to where things go.
Aaron McMahon covers Michigan football for the Ann Arbor News and MLive.com, and he also hosts the Wolverine Confidential podcast. Follow Aaron on X, Aaron McMahon, big M, little c, big M, ANN. Aaron, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. Don't dip the pizza crust in the ranch dressing, all right? And we'll talk again soon.
Thanks, guys.
Aaron McMahon, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. It is true, the notice of allegations, NOA. When you hear that, that's what they're talking about. Notice of allegations, 7 coaches, the program as a whole. Yeah, this will take months.
Bunch of cheaters.
Well, I mean, I know you said that flippantly, but I mean, come on now. We've never heard of anything like this in college football, which in and of itself says a lot. I mean, come on, a sport that's like NASCAR in that if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. And we had never heard of this before.
No, we really hadn't. We, cash in the brown paper bag to get the recruit there up until NIL and paying for players was legal. But this scouting, cheating scandal is of the likes that we've not heard about before.
I mean, that's the C word. Choking, cheating drives people insane. You and I both love Harbaugh. Okay. Love the sport. Wish he was still on Saturdays. But if you ask us, do we think Michigan cheated? The answer is yes, we do. What can the NCAA do about it? Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. It was a soggy Sunday. It's a soggy Monday, depending on where you are. Could be a soggy Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as well. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Be careful out there. There's a major accident apparently on I-75 southbound, just south of Tampa. 18-wheeler off the road in a canal, so be careful. Just be careful. That's all I want to say. Just take it easy. All right. Let's make sure we, can listen to this show Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's what's important. Listeners, clicks, and sponsors. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's all about.
Still room for all three. In any order. We'll take sponsors. We'll take listeners. Whatever you got, we're taking it.
And we'll take a couple clicks as well. Our poll question, is Eli Manning a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Speaking of clicks, click yes or no on X.
Because he'll be up for the Hall of Fame next year. NFL Hall of Fame weekend came and went. Eli will be the potential headliner next year, but should he be? That's our poll question.
Right now, the no's outnumbering the yeses, barely, about
Wow.
53-46 in the no category.
How much of that do you think is an anti-New York thing? How much of that is an anti-Manning thing? I don't know how much of that there is out there. How much of that is just Eli was kind of a polarizing guy during his era, that Tom and Peyton and Ben's greatness was clearly understood. Aaron Rodgers' greatness was clearly understood, but Eli was a conundrum.
Eli's gotten more popular since he's quit playing.
I agree.
A lot more popular.
I agree.
Turns out he's the funny Manning.
Right.
We'd been dealing with Peyton doing all the commercials for all those years, when in fact Eli might have been the guy we wanted to see more of.
Turns out Peyton needed the scripts. Okay. Eli is the, off the top of his head funny guy. Peyton needs it to be scripted, corny, cute.
I still think he gets in on the first ballot. I think the class helps, that there aren't a handful of names, if you know what I mean, that are automatics.
Terrell Suggs, Marshawn Lynch, Earl Thomas will be up for the Hall of Fame next year for the first time. People that we think over the years will garner serious consideration. I think Miller and Moulton expect Terrell Suggs to get in the Hall of Fame, whether he gets in immediately or not. But we both think Terrell Suggs will get in Canton. So we'll just see when. There's a backlog every year. This was a different class. They went with some, not high. They went with a special teamer. Could be the last returner we ever see in the Hall of Fame. First and last exclusively returner that we see in the Hall of Fame. Or does this open it up for Steve Tasker to get in as the guy who covered kicks? I mean, Mark, right now, besides a kicker, besides Adam Vinatieri, okay, Tucker with the Ravens, besides a kicker, name me a special teams guy that you're like, why is this person not in the Hall of Fame?
I can't.
And so Devin Hester could be the one.
Tasker's at the point where it'd be Veterans Committee that would put him in, right?
I believe so, yes.
So I think there's a real shot there with the Veterans Committee. I do believe that has a legit chance when it comes to that point for Tasker.
Can we go back to this Michigan story for a second?
Sure.
If you're the NCAA, what do? You took 10 wins away from Kentucky. 3 years ago, they had a 10-win season. You took all those wins away. Apparently, they had a bunch of guys on the team that had a bogus job at a hospital for a year. And they didn't do the work that apparently they got paid for. And so they have punished Kentucky 3 years after the fact. They took 10 wins away from them. They put them on 2 years probation. I have no idea what that means anymore, Mark. I don't know if they can go to bowl games, if they can't. I don't know if they lost scholarships. I don't know. But them and their swimming program lost victories and are on probation for 2 years as of Friday. There are 7 different members of the Michigan coaching staff who have alleged to commit violations, 5 of them level 1 violations, which are the most serious violations that you can commit according to the NCAA. The program as a whole, Mark, is alleged to be a level 1 violation because they've been completely non-compliant with the NCAA and their investigations. I'm just curious. All right. If you're the NCAA and you've determined that, you know what, Michigan cheated, Michigan needs to be punished, especially since they didn't cooperate with us. And we have a long record of the NCAA not being happy with you if you don't cooperate.
But the question you're asking, and the most important question in all of this, is what can the NCAA do? They can't take away the natty.
We don't think so.
They have nothing to do with the natty.
Correct. But
they could void every win from last season. I don't believe they can take away the national championship, David.
How absurd would it look, though, if they void every win in the 2023 season for Michigan short of the playoffs? That if Michigan goes into the record book is 2-0. Now, I don't
That's the right to.
It is the right to.
They got the right to.
Yes, they did.
David, I'm trying to find out exactly what happened to Kentucky here, but they got 2 years on probation. I have no idea what that probation entails.
No, I don't either. I don't. I'm assuming it's loss of scholarships, a few. I'd have to assume. I mean, either that or it's if you do something like this again over the next 2 years, we could really come down hard on you. Oh, okay.
They have to pay an undisclosed fine
and
vacate records of any games in which an ineligible football player competed.
Right, which apparently is the entire 2021 season where they won 10 games, which included a bowl win over Iowa. And Kentucky doesn't win 10 games in a football season very often. And this also, like, Mark, do you think when Kentucky sends out their printed material this year, do you think that the 2021 season will be a blank, or do you think it will say 10-3?
10-3, worst case scenario, an asterisk that says wins vacated due to NCAA rules.
Right. When TV networks, which will only be ESPN now since they own everything having to do with the SEC, when they're listing Mark Stoops' career record, do you think they will include those 10 wins or not?
That's a good question. Probably not.
I say probably they will.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know what the NCAA can do here. I'm also curious if you're Tony Petitti in the Big Ten. Let's just say the NCAA, they really want to come down hard on Michigan. They vacate every win shy of the playoff. If you're the Big Ten, you're going to vacate the Big Ten championships here? I mean, the cheating occurred allegedly during all 3 Big Ten championship seasons. You're going to vacate 3 Big Ten titles?
I don't think Petitti's got the guts to do that. I don't. We're talking about Michigan.
I understand.
Do you think Petitti's got the guts to take away 3 Big Ten titles?
3 Big Ten. Here's what I think. I think the 2023 season is going to get a pass. That's what I think. I think the punishment's going to come for 2021 and 2022. Whatever that punishment is. They'll leave last season alone. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Whew. Well, RCB, the NCAA is still doing their investigation, so they haven't, the Big Ten was the one that did their investigation, concluded it, and handed down their punishment. They were the ones that, in theory, could have kept them out of the Big Ten title game. By the way,
Big Ten had any guts, they'd keep them out of this year's Big Ten title game.
Of which they're not going to qualify for.
Correct.
I'm telling you, Illinois could really get slapped on the wrist here.
Well, and Central Michigan's in big trouble. Don't kid yourself.
Irish football, you're confusing football with other sports. Eli got the ball trailing with under 3 minutes to go in the one Super Bowl and under 5 minutes to go in the other Super Bowl, and drove his team down the field against Belichick and the Patriots and scored to win both games. I mean, Brady had amazing numbers against the Eagles. They didn't punt. They lost. Paul, are you asking whether you're allowed to give it?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour, Tony Barnhart was given the moniker Mr. College Football a generation ago. Longtime writer, one of the legendary college football writers of his era. He's written a book. We'll talk to him about it and talk a little college football coming up at the top of the Diamond District bonus hour with Tony Barnhart in a little over 20 minutes time.
Text line is open at 21,000. If you haven't texted the show in a while, you will need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000 to get behind the door, and then you are in for as much or as little as you want to text the show.
Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's 2 weeks tomorrow. It's the 20th. Want to get it in before your fantasy football drafts. Most of you will be drafting in the days thereafter. So Tuesday, the 20th, Dr. Roto in the house, the remodeled Shoeless Joe's and the Doubletree Bell Tower shops. 15 days away. Seating is limited, so go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. Both Miller and Moulton and Dr. Roto will be there. Looking forward to you being there. Did you see? I forget who it was who signed up and took to X, and he's our longtime listener in the Panhandle. And by the way, all the best to him and everybody around him today. But he's flying into Fort Lauderdale, driving across the alley, going to attend the summit. And I don't know if he's staying over in the hotel or he's driving back across the alley, staying in Fort Lauderdale and flying back the next day.
That's nuts.
Well, I will say this.
He better win his league.
There are not events like this around the country. I know we just kind of threw this shindig together a half a dozen years ago. We know Dr. Roto and, we're a bunch of yahoos, blah, blah, blah. I mean, he is like one of the top 25 fantasy guys in the country, and they don't do these seminars and give away their stuff. Usually, you got to sign up for them.
This is a great event. Hope that you sign up. Hope to see you there on the 20th. It is a very fun event. You know, I was thinking about this with Dr. Roto. It's kind of the opposite of my relationship, and not that I have a relationship with him, but Joe Theismann. I was not a Joe Theismann fan. We had Joe on the show and loved Joe on the show. Seen Joe out in public. He's been terrific to us. Changed my whole opinion on what I thought of Joe. Roto either thought we didn't like him or he didn't like us in the beginning.
Right. He thought we didn't like him.
Right. He thought that we were anti-fantasy.
Right.
And even though you don't play fantasy, you're not against it. You just don't do it.
No, I said to him, you haven't listened to the show enough. I've raved about the show that you did. You would teach me things about the NFL before NFL Sunday. And that what fantasy football did for me was it got very much into matchups. This team doesn't defend the tight end well. This team has this quarterback and this tight end. They should tear this team up. Wish I had known that during the week. You know,
this team's slot corner is terrible.
Right.
This team has a great slot receiver who gets 10, 12 targets a game. Should be a positive matchup for Team X.
Wish I had known that before I picked the other team to win. Right. So, but yeah, we worked through all that. Right.
And now we're doing events together.
At least one a year.
Listen about that. It's just different how this thing all came to be. And
Right.
it is a really good event. Hope that you're going to be there. You get a good night. You get a little dinner. You get a little Dr. Roto. You even get a little Miller and Moulton. As much or as little of Miller and Moulton as you want. You really can completely ignore us for the night. You're not going to bother.
Totally. It's just like how you handle this show. You know, you've got control. We don't. You know, we hope you listen for long periods, but we understand when you don't. We really do. Our poll question, is Eli Manning a first ballot Hall of Famer? Because he'll be eligible for the Hall of Fame next year. I think we all agree he will eventually be a Hall of Famer. The question is, does he just go sailing right in?
This person who texted the show said, no, Eli should not be a Hall of Famer. Eli at best a 500 quarterback with 2 very lucky runs.
Lucky?
A lucky catch.
Oh, no doubt. No. The Tyree catch, of course. Threw it down the field into coverage. I mean, right. No. So, but I don't know about that.
But right now, 58% of our audience says that Eli is not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Interesting.
I think he will be. I don't know if he is. I think he will be. And that's where I differentiate. David and I both think he's getting in. David does not think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't know if he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I believe he will be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it's funny. It's going to be debated heavily. There's going to be a lot of other people on the ballot. I don't know. I really don't know. I think there's a stronger chance he doesn't get in the first year than most people believe.
And it all depends on who the finalists are on that ballot. But with this year not being a very strong contingent, I don't know if the guys that didn't get in this year will hold Eli back next year, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this. Compare Eli Manning to the quarterbacks of his era. And tell me, when I start naming these Hall of Fame quarterbacks, tell me if you think he's better, same, or worse, if you know what I mean. I'll even go guys who came right before him. Aikman, Steve Young, Favre. Now, obviously, their careers overlap by half a dozen years, but Favre had put 13 years in the league before Eli took a snap. Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, Montana, Warren Moon. You know what I'm getting at here?
Yeah, I don't think there's any of those guys that, I mean, I wouldn't take Peyton or take Eli before any of those guys.
Okay. So now you start talking about more of his, Kurt Warner in Eli's career crossed over for a handful of years. Kurt Warner did not get in the Hall of Fame right away. Now, if Arizona had held off the Steelers at the end, would he have gone running in first time eligible?
I don't know about running in, but he would have gotten in sooner.
Now, think of the era that Eli played in. Peyton, obviously not. Brady, Ben. I think most people take Roethlisberger over Eli, right?
I think so.
Okay. Phillip Rivers.
That one's really close. That's really close.
This is, by the way, Donovan McNabb. 5 NFC championship games. Beat the Giants on the way to one of them. The Giants with Eli in Jersey. But, better regular season quarterback, McNabb. But this, once again, this goes back to Eli Manning is one of the 10 greatest January, February quarterbacks of all time, and really he's one of the 5 best.
David, I looked at Namath's numbers, and I know it's a totally different era, but he completed like 50% of his passes. He had a couple of great years. Isn't he in because of one Super Bowl? And playing in New York?
And he's the Gale Sayers of quarterbacks with the Super Bowl. Before he got hurt, people were like, nobody ever threw like him. Nobody's ever played the position like him before. That was Gale Sayers running the ball,
Okay.
too. Before Sayers got hurt.
I didn't see him play. It's before.
Right.
I saw the very end when
Right.
he wasn't the same guy.
Right. And obviously name its historical significance, the AFL and,
So historical significance means something.
Yeah,
Oh.
absolutely.
Eli's got a lot of that.
Also, this is the Pro Football Hall of Fame. They don't do numbers. They're not about numbers. Now, people may bring up numbers when arguing their case, but the Pro Football Hall of Fame this is not baseball. This is not 3,000 hits, 500 homers. There is no threshold. If there is a threshold, it would be 2 Super Bowl rings, right? For quarterbacks, Plunkett's the only one with
Only
2
one.
who's not in.
Correct.
If there is a threshold, that so far is the threshold. If you're a quarterback with 2 Super Bowl rings, you're in.
And if Plunkett were in, it would make this all that much easier.
Which, by the way, we brought up earlier, Marshawn Lynch is eligible for the Hall of Fame next year. Miller and Moulton do not believe he's a Hall of Famer. Over 10,000 yards rushing, 85 touchdowns, by the way. However, would we view Marshawn Lynch differently if they gave him the ball with 40 seconds to go in that Super Bowl against the Patriots and he pounded that sucker in for the win? And quite frankly, Mark, then Russell Wilson would have how many Super Bowls?
It'd be 2. That'd be 2, David. And that would change everything.
Talk about it. And the Patriots had not won a Super Bowl in 10 years. Also, that's the other thing. We think, it's the Patriots and they won all these titles. Yeah, they did. They hadn't won in 10 years. And there were the Seahawks with second down just outside the 1.
Get your Run the Damn Ball t-shirts out, folks.
So anyway, that's our poll question. Is Eli going in right away? Yay or nay? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. So Simone Biles fell on the balance beam. So did Suni Lee. I think they both finished either 4th or 5th, something like that. So they didn't medal. Suni Lee's done. A gold and 2 bronzes, I believe, for her. Simone's got the floor tonight.
Or she's favored to win.
Apparently, she has not lost a major international floor competition like ever.
There you go.
So once again, Mark Miller, who had over under 1.5 gold medals for Simone Biles when she had 3 events left. She won the vault, didn't medal on the beam, and now she's got the floor exercise. I'm about to have an O for weekend. I bet on the White Sox to win.
A game, by the way. He just bet on them to win a game. Heading into Friday, says they've got to win a game. And I said, who are we talking about?
17 in a row.
It's now 20.
It is.
If they win out, if the Chicago White Sox were to win out, that's 48 more games, they would still finish 12 games below 500.
Do you know their manager in a year and 2/3 is 100 games below 500? And he
still has the
job. I mean, what is up with that? What do you have to do to lose your job, apparently?
In a row.
Right.
Don't you have to just fire him and let the bench coach take the rest of the year?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Anybody.
Yes.
Let the fan who's the season ticket holder who's made every game turn the lineup card in a couple of times. Somebody else deserves to do this.
You know, Billy Martin, one time, the Yankees were struggling, and he literally put the 9 guys he was going to put in the lineup, and he put them in a hat. And they drew the lineup out of the hat.
And they won, right?
And they won. They scored like 7 runs. So he went with that lineup for like the next 4 games. I mean, shouldn't the White Sox try something here? 20 in a row. Golly, have they won since? They haven't won since the All-Star break.
They have not won since the All-Star break, David. Their last win was the first game of a doubleheader against the Twins. And now 20 in a row since.
Tony Barnhart, Mr. College Football. He's written a book. We'll talk about it. We'll talk a little college football with the legendary writer next. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Damn.
What's that? We all good?
Yeah. Yeah, I know, Paul. Exactly. Yep. I deserve all the grief. Well, Irish, it's the same with quarterbacks. So our head coach who's 1-2 didn't get in. Is Flores in or not? Coughlin will get in. Yeah. He will be.
It's going right to voicemail.
That's weird because I text him.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, fourth hour of Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hoping to catch up with Tony Barnhart here shortly. It's weird. Okay, we're texting each other, yet when we call him, all right, it's not working. So hopefully Mr. College Football can join us coming up. 19, 26, 31. Those are the magic numbers. 19 days away from week 0, 26 days away from week 1 of the college football season. What a week 1 it will be. And 4 weeks Thursday. 31 days away, Ravens and Chiefs to kick off the NFL season. Simone Biles is down to one event. She did not medal in the beam today, but she's got the floor exercise where she dominates, and she still has that ahead of her. But then swimming is done, and after today, women's gymnastics is done. So I don't know, Olympic viewing in this final week may go down. But our interest in college football is only getting bigger because the season is on the horizon. Known as Mr. College Football, Tony Barnhart, columnist these days for TMG College Sports. They're under the Athlon umbrella. He authored last year the 19 of Green, Football, Friendship, and Change in the fall of 1970, a small school that had an integrated football team for the first time. You can follow Tony on X at Mr. CFB. Tony, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. I told somebody at church yesterday, he says, "You ready for football season?" I said, "Well, first of all, I don't have any choice in the matter. But the fact is, I'm ready to go play. The older you get, going through practices and waiting, I wish we played tomorrow."
No doubt. And one of the things we're going to deal with between now and when we play games is what's going on here in the last little bit in Ann Arbor based on last year. And the Connor Stallions cheating allegations have come to the forefront once again. Just curious, with the NCAA really not having authority over the playoff, what, if anything, do you see the NCAA doing with what's going on in Ann Arbor?
Well, if I'm Michigan, the thing that concerns me, well, I don't know how big a concern it is, but the fact of the matter is that they've done investigations. You notice they had a settlement with Kentucky the other day, so there's still things they can do. And oh, by the way, you won a national championship, and do those games? Do you lose those games? Do they get voided? Which I don't like. I don't like that at all. But there's still things the NCAA can do within its enforcement structure, no question.
Tony, in your backyard, Kirby Smart has done at Georgia what a lot of people for a long time thought was possible. He's made them elite. And as you pointed out last month, he's trying to have his 4th consecutive unbeaten regular season. Has he actually done more at Georgia than even the Georgia faithful thought was possible?
I think it is every Georgia's dream come true to have a program. And let's be honest, Nick Saban is the gold standard. He set the gold standard in that conference for consistency, competing for championships, recruiting, you name it. And I think Georgia, I know, because Georgia fans, every one of their dreams has come true. And now can Georgia at Alabama, and all the signs say yes. I
think we lost Tony there. I'm not sure if he's.
I don't know if that's.
I've got you.
Okay, had a little mix up there. All right. When you look at Georgia going forward, what could slow them down, if anything, Tony?
There is a little concern about the secondary. You have to be good in the secondary in the SEC. There's no question about that. But everywhere else, they've got a veteran offensive line. They have arguably the best quarterback in college football in Carson Beck. They picked up a really, really nice running back in Trevor Etienne from Florida. to do this. So, and the defense is going to be really good again. And oh, by the way, Kirby Smart is very interested in that side of the ball. And so, but you sit there and look at the Georgia schedule. People were giving Georgia a hard time about the schedule. At Texas, at Alabama, at Ole Miss, at Kentucky, and you open with Clemson and Atlanta. So I think the strength of schedule will be pretty good.
Yeah. Do you think, by the way, we're talking with Tony Barnhart, Mr. College Football, follow him, Mr. CFB on X. This year, the SEC has not always scheduled strong non-conference football schedules, but very early this year, Tony, not only are the big SEC teams playing big time opponents, but they're playing virtually none of them at home. I mean, outside of A&M getting Notre Dame at home, the SEC is playing big non-conference games not at home. Do you think this is a one-off, or are we going to see this the rest of the decade? Because this is great.
I think we're going to see this the rest of this decade and beyond, simply because I'm paraphrasing the conversation, but there was a conversation several years ago where the athletic directors went to their head football coaches and said, we need to juice up our non-conference schedule. We need to play home and home against the big boys, not only when we play at home, but to go on the road and let our fans go someplace they've never been before. I think things changed when Georgia went to Notre Dame back in 2017. So I think you're going to see more of it. And the rest of that conversation was, and now that we're going to a 12-team playoff, one loss doesn't kill you. And that's when the coaches said, you make it possible for us to go to the playoffs with 2 losses, then I'm in. Then we can schedule some good non-conference home and homes. And that's what a bunch of schools have done.
Do you worry at all that college football, which had such great rivalries and was based on rivalries, is now based on the playoff? Does college football lose any of the appeal that it had, or as it's coming more and more like the NFL, it will just gain in popularity?
Well, I don't think it's going to. Here's the ironic thing when all is said and done is that college football, the game that we see on the field every Saturday, is better than it's ever been. There are so many good players out there now, so many good coaches, and so I think it's only going to increase in popularity. What all the change does, it means you can still get into the playoffs with 2 losses, and to me that's going to change. The 12-team playoff is going to completely change the way that we consume college football, because the discussions in November will be totally different than they were before.
The people you talk to okay with the money being as out in the open as it is now?
Yes. When you talk to, it's like, okay, because that's why they say the NIL really now stands for now it's legal. Everything that was going on below the table is now above the table. And I think that is good. Now, some schools would rather handle the NIL thing on campus and not have outside collectives getting involved, and we'll see how that works out. We still go completely have their arms locked around what they want NIL to be. I think that's going to evolve over the next few years.
What does DeBoer have to do? And we'll never have Alabama be what they were under the run of Saban. I get that. But what does DeBoer have to do to keep Alabama happy being Alabama, if you know what I mean?
Right. No, and it's a good question. I believe with the 12-team playoff, Alabama must make the playoffs. You can't look at an Alabama fan and say, yes, we lost the greatest coach of all time. I get that. But that doesn't mean we're not still one of the best 12 teams in college football. With the resources that you have, I mean, it's not going to impact them negatively in any way. I just think the expectation is, at a minimum, Alabama will make the playoffs.
When Missouri and A&M joined the conference, Missouri went to back-to-back SEC title games. Johnny Manziel and A&M for 2 years took the SEC by storm. Texas and Oklahoma's impact on the SEC, Tony, what do you think it'll be?
Great. It'll be great. Think of it in terms of matchups. Alabama, Oklahoma, Alabama, Texas, Georgia. Georgia's going to Texas this year, and I've got so many people who are so excited about that game. It's just going to create more good matchups. Texas A&M comes back. And so and the scheduling is going to be completely different now. There's no divisional play, which is a good thing. And now you get the top two teams play for the SEC championship. So I think it's all going to work out. The only concern that I have is if we stick with an 8-game conference schedule, we will lose. We won't, like Auburn, Georgia, which is one of my favorite games, maybe my favorite game. You won't play that game every year under the scheduling format. You only play that game every year if you go to a 9-game conference schedule. That's the next big argument where the SEC's got to figure out some things that what it wants to be.
If the SEC and the Big Ten or Fox and ESPN, however you want to look at it, are truthful in saying that they don't want Clemson and Florida State, if you were Clemson and Florida State, would you stay in the ACC or would you be trying to find a way to the Big 12?
I think they're better off where they are because of the 12-team playoff. Those schools have got to feel good about making the playoffs on a consistent basis. And you know what? We all know this. It's about the money. Okay, it's not about these other things. It's about the money. You need to figure out a way to earn more money. Somebody had a good idea the other day. I was doing an interview. They said, "Why don't we just talk Notre Dame into joining the ACC? That would pretty much solve all the issues right now."
Oh my God, Tony!
Okay.
We said that 2 years ago. We thought that what the ACC should do to Notre Dame is say, "Listen, join the conference. We'll give you the first $100 million. The first $100 million goes to you. The rest of us will split the rest."
Right. And that solves your non-revenue sports. It solves all, you got a home for the Notre Dame non-revenue sports and all that. And I thought that was a very good idea. Make them an offer they can't refuse. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. Columnist, TMG College Sports, are under the Athlon umbrella. Author of The 19 of Green, Football, Friendship, and Change in the Fall of 1970. Tony, congratulations. I know the book was released last fall. Hopefully in paperback, it'll continue to do well. Follow Tony on X at Mr. CFB. Mr. CFB. Tony, safe travels. All the best. And hopefully we'll see you down the road.
All right. Thank you much.
Tony Barnhart, dubbed Mr. College Football a long time ago. He's worked for the Four Letter Networks, worked for CBS. Also go to TonyBarnhart.com. You'll see some of his writings there.
Great to have him on. That means that college football is getting ever so close, David. We are counting the days down to Florida State and Georgia Tech, and then the big weekend with Miami and Florida, Clemson and Georgia, and A&M and Notre Dame. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd, with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sorry about that. I don't know what you had there. I just.
I was just going to say, and I'll say it on air, he's the most bullish person we've heard on the future of college football.
Yep. From
Well,
the
right
ACC
now,
standpoint, Irish football, not from Notre Dame's, from the ACC standpoint, to stay
Right.
viable. That's why it matters.
right.
It has nothing to do with Notre Dame's fine as an independent. Other conferences, particularly ACC, would survive by adding them.
The only way, and the other conferences haven't had the guts to do it. The only way it would matter for Notre Dame is if literally they say, listen, you got to be in a conference or else you're not going to, if the ACC is a scheduling arrangement with them. In theory, one day does the ACC say, listen, we need you. And if you're not going to join us, then we're going to stop playing you. And do the other schools, USC's trying to get out of the Notre Dame game. They're like, with the Big Ten schedule and the other stuff we got, we can't play you anymore. That's the only thing. Will the outside forces ever put the screws to Notre Dame?
And they haven't.
Nope. Miller and Moulton are of the belief, you got to remember, I'm an Irish Catholic. Notre Dame was the college team I grew up rooting for. All right. But we were of the belief in, I think it was 99, when the Big Ten offered Notre Dame membership and they said no. We would have then said, as the Big Ten, then we're no longer playing you.
In anything.
Anything.
You're not coming in our conference in hockey. We're not playing you in hoop. We're not a damn thing.
Nope, not a game. Don't care.
And they never had the guts to do that.
Nope. Don't care if it hurts us, to be honest with you. We're willing to take it. And the playoff for Notre Dame is spectacular. Oh, my goodness. They can make – how many times in 10 years with a 12 and 14 team playoff do you expect to make the playoff in 10 years if you're a Notre Dame fan? 6?
6? No, funny you say that.
Okay. They don't need Notre Dame to make the money. They sell out their games. Their games are televised. They don't need Notre Dame. They want to play them, but they don't need them. Wow. You expect to make the playoff 8 out of 10 years.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when? Final thoughts, a pick or two, like betting against the White Sox. Hey, First off, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Go to millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's 2 weeks tomorrow. So 2 weeks tomorrow is Dr. Roto and the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. Go to millerandmoulton.com. That's the only way you can sign up. So the White Sox have lost 20 in a row. The American League record's 21. The Orioles did that to start I think it was the 88 season. Could have been 87, but I thought it was 88. They 0-21 is how they started the year that year. Cal Ripken Sr., was the manager at the beginning of the year. They got 7 or 9 games in, and he got fired, and it was a big deal. The Ripken family and the Orioles, it didn't go over well. Frank Robinson took over. All right. But apparently the National League and Major League Baseball record in the modern era is 23. So, Mark, the White Sox have a 3-game series in Oakland beginning tonight. If they get swept, the White Sox would return home after an off day Thursday. And I believe not only are they hosting the Cubs, but I think it's fireworks night.
Okay.
So I believe what's possible if the White Sox continue White Soxing is if they get swept in Oakland, they come home, they have a chance to set the all-time consecutive loss record, and win or lose after the game, there will be fireworks. Could you imagine losing 24 in a row, the 24th being to your crosstown, we hate your guts rival, and then celebrating the night with fireworks?
That seems very apropos for what this White Sox season has been. I mean, it actually seems like it should be on the promotional calendar. We will lose game 23 in a row, followed by fireworks night.
Right. So we just had Tony Barnhart on, and we have a lot of college football guests on. That's a fair statement, right?
Absolutely.
Have we heard anybody who just sounded in their voice more bullish on the short-term and long-term future of college football than Tony Barnhart just sounded?
And we asked a lot of questions that led him there that were open-ended.
Right. Yeah. He could have been either side of the coin. We asked those kind of questions, and he was always, oh, this will be great.
And someone who's in the South who loves the regionalization of it even talked about the fact that if his biggest concern is the SEC going to 9 games so he doesn't lose Georgia Auburn every year. I mean, that was, and I get it from a Georgia fan standpoint, that's a really big game to them. It is. Yeah. It's the oldest rivalry in the South.
And the rivalry shouldn't be lost. And I would like to think if you have what you consider to be the best conference in the country, and it is until proven otherwise, and you've just added Texas and Oklahoma to it, I mean, are we, a non-conference game or another conference game? Now, the holdup is money. At first, the holdup was we ain't playing another conference game. It'll knock us out of the playoff. Well, now that we're going to 12 and quickly 14, and the SEC feels they're going to get 4/5 teams in the playoff here every year, they're more willing to play all kinds of games. But Greg Sankey, the commissioner, has looked at ESPN and said, if we go to 9 games, that means you got to give us more money. And ESPN's like, no, and no. We're your only business partner. We got the SEC network. How much more money can you get out of us? No, we're not giving you more money for the 9th game. We're airing your games, whether they're conference or non-conference. We're not paying you any more money. So that, to me, is the interesting thing. Will ESPN buckle?
Or if the SEC doesn't get 5 teams in every year and the Big Ten starts getting more teams on an annual basis into the playoff than the SEC, and the committee says some of it's scheduling, I would think the SEC would change rather quickly.
have to admit, I think all the other conferences are waiting for the day that it comes down to one of their teams versus the SEC team, and the SEC team is left out.
Penn State or Ole Miss.
Right.
I mean, that's what we're going to be arguing over going forward.
But we could be arguing with this scheduling. I mean, maybe it comes down to Alabama or Michigan. Neither makes their conference championship game. They both have 2 losses. Mark, when we go to 14, hell, one of them could have 3.
Yeah, 2 losses at 14's got you in automatically to me.
Although with unbalanced scheduling, it could get interesting, but yes. Or what if, by the way, you're 10-2 and you qualify for the conference title game and you lose, and now you're 10-3?
If a conference championship game were to ever keep a team out of the playoff, I would be very surprised.
It's a
but to your point, David, sorry, but to your point, with unbalanced scheduling, that could be a determining factor.
Right.
Missouri sneaks into an SEC championship game.
Yeah, because look at their schedule. Like Louisville last year. Mark Packer, before the ACC season started, said, listen, Louisville could play for the ACC title. They're a good team. Take a look at who they don't play. They don't play the upper echelon teams in the conference. So what if something like that happens?
It would be highly unusual to me to see a team make, not in the ACC or the Big 12, but to see a team in the Big 10 or the SEC make the conference championship game and not make the playoff. Damn near impossible. Not completely, but to me, it's damn near impossible, David.
But Tony Barnhart, we had him on at the top of the hour, as bullish on the short and long-term future of college football as anybody that we've had on in the last 2 years.
I can't believe I'd not ever heard his definition of NIL. Now it's legal.
Now it's legal.
I just hadn't heard that. On me, but I thought it was a great line.
By the way, how about that stat? Tony wrote a story about it last month, but Georgia is going for their 4th consecutive unbeaten regular season.
They're not going to get it. Schedule's too damn tough this year.
So what do they got? Texas, Bama.
On the road.
Ole Miss.
On the road. They are at Kentucky, at Alabama, at Texas, at Ole Miss. Home games with Auburn, Tennessee. That's really it.
That's a schedule, though. Oh, and obviously then the
neutral
cocktail
site with
party.
Clemson.
Yeah, that's a schedule for as soft as their schedule was last year. And I thought they should have been left out of the playoff, to be honest. I mean, their regular season, they accomplished nothing. They were 10-plus points better than everybody they played. The fact they went 12-0 did nothing for me. And sure enough, they lost and they got left out. And I guess, Mark, this year, if that very same game would happen, Georgia would be in, but they would lose a 1-4 seed, right? They'd get a home first-round game.
Yes.
Probably as the 5 seed.
It's exactly what would happen.
No.
I can't wait for home college football playoff games. I really cannot.
It'll be awesome. It will be awesome. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, along with some final thoughts. It's all coming up. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive.
No.
You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Look at baby Jules with the Olympic updates. Oh, how'd she do, Jules? So is it over?
That's it? She got, oh, wow. I can't believe she lost floor. I would have lost a lot of money on that.
Gotcha.
A lot of money. They were swept, Mac. They lost a 3-gamer to the White Sox.
Yep.
All 3. Always is, Ryan. Always is.
Oh, Ryan, where you been? That's all NBC does is commercials. Their racing coverage or golf coverage. Goodness knows their Olympic coverage. Oh, my goodness.
So during that last segment, the Wi-Fi went away, so I couldn't see you, but everything, it was really weird because we're hooked up to a hard line for the computer that you're on, but my computer's on Wi-Fi, and that's where I see you. And I'm like, it went away, and I'm like, you're still talking. It went away. Usually that's bad. I'm like, what's going on here? I was freaking out. I'm like, then it dawned on me what it was, and I managed to get it back.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. This Monday edition, first Monday of August edition of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I know the storms have left Southwest Florida. They've arrived in the last 6 to 8 hours in the greater 904 area, and apparently it's going to be windy and rainy in the Jacksonville area, Mark, for the next 24 to 36 hours. This sucker is going to stall over South Georgia and not move much, and Savannah and Charleston are going to get 2-3 feet of rain.
Not good.
No. I mean, Charleston's what, about 4 inches above sea level? Something like that? Yeah,
and after a summer where they've not gotten a lot of rain, they've been dumped on here a lot lately. So that's just not good.
So, and apparently there are still storms in Southwest Florida. My apologies. I thought the tail end had kind of made its way up to the Sarasota, Bradenton area today. So my apologies. But hope everyone's okay. I know it was very sad to see water on Fort Myers Beach yesterday, and I'm like, oh no. So,
and unfortunately, this is just the start of the season.
I know.
I mean, it is the beginning of August, so
I know it's a storm with a D names. There's a lot more names left. I know. So hope everyone's okay. Hope you're safe. Hope your property's all right. And so, good luck, everybody. Stay safe.
Do want to remind you that our Fantasy Football Summit is coming August 20th. Dr. Roto will be there to help you win your fantasy league. Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers. You can sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and Dr. Roto. It's a great night at Shoeless Joe's. Join us on August 20th. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up today. Limited seating event, but right now still plenty of spots available. We just put this sucker on sale the other day. So if you were there last year, you know what you get. You get the opportunity to win your league, and hopefully we will see you again on August 20th.
You ready?
Oh, yeah. It is my time of day, isn't it?
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, today in 1891 is where we start, David. The first traveler's checks were issued by American Express. First battle of World War I was today in 1914. 1921, KDKA presents the first radio broadcast of Major League Baseball. The Pirates beat the Phillies 8-0. Harold Arlen your play-by-play broadcaster.
Hello again, everybody.
No truth to the matter that David Moulton was a spotter. Jesse Owens wins the 200 in a record time, his third gold medal of the Berlin Olympics today in 1936. From Here to Eternity premiered today in 1953. American Bandstand premiered on ABC today in 1957.
I did not realize this until recently. So apparently, I knew that the show in Philadelphia was called Bandstand. Dick Clark was the one that today got ABC to pick it up nationally. I didn't realize the first 6 years it was a daily show. They did that sucker every day for 6 years. Then it became the Saturday show that most of the rest of us saw.
Today in 1981, President Reagan had hand, and he used it.
Whew.
He fired 11,500 striking air traffic controllers.
He warned them, gave him 48 hours notice.
I told him he was going to do it.
Yep.
They didn't believe him.
Nope.
He fired all of them.
Yes, he did. I think like there were 13,000 of them, and like he fired like 11,700 or something. I guess like 1,300 of them took his threat seriously. But the rest, and not only did he fire a Mark, he said, and under no situation can you be rehired.
Risky Business debuted today in 1983. Kind of a biggie for
Well,
Mr.
yeah.
Cruz. That set Mr. Cruz off on a run, so they would say.
That
for,
was
like
really,
the next 40 years.
He doesn't get lumped in with the quote Brat Pack. Have you seen that documentary? That
I have not. I want to watch it, but I have not seen it yet.
Andrew McCarthy, it was a therapy session for him. I mean, he did it, and the first hour plus of it, you're like, wow, this is therapy for you. This really was traumatizing. But, you know, they got labeled the Brat Pack, I think, in 85, 87, something like that. But, you know, Tom Cruise, I mean, you know, those young Timothy Hutton, Tom Cruise, they all did those movies in the early 80s that, you know, were before the whole Brat Pack thing.
Win milestone as the Braves beat the Cubs 8-3. Neil Armstrong, Herb Brooks, both born today. Marcia, Maureen McCormick, 68. Patrick Ewing is 62. And Patrick Reed is 34. What did I miss, David?
Marilyn Monroe found dead today in 62. And apparently her dying wasn't the big story. It was the fact that she was nude when they found her dead. Apparently that was the big story. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so,
then.
There you go.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to North Carolina for the good, where John Carter was having some Chinese. Got his fortune cookie, and it said, "Don't miss out on your chance to win big." So John bought himself a scratcher. Turned out it was a $200,000 winner. Fortune cookie pays off. Have you ever played the fortune cookie numbers in a lotto, David?
Never.
Maybe we should start.
Why not? The numbers I'm playing ain't winning.
For the bad, we go to Scotland, where Martin Wolski lives over the Studio One store and gallery. And, well, in his upstairs loft, he has a pet python. The pet python escaped and made its way into the art gallery. Apparently, the snake made quite a mess, saddled up in a handbag, and called it a night. Fortunately, nothing was destroyed, but just a mess made by the snake. How about that, walking into work the next day and you got a python in your office? Are you ever going back, David?
No, number one. Number two, did you say the python then crawled into the handbag?
Crawled into a handbag, kind of nestled up in a handbag.
Could you imagine just innocently grabbing the handbag and then
a heavy bag?
Well, it would be. It's like, wow, I don't remember it this heavy. And then opening it
a lot
up.
of stuff in this purse.
Right. Does the python then spring out of the bag, kind of like, those canisters that are stuffed? I don't know.
Finally, the ugly. We go to Montana, where Skylar Eitner was at the Last Chance Stampede and Fair. He was arguing with one of the fair vendors and refused to leave after being asked many times. It's when a sheriff's deputy approached him and asked him to leave. He refused the sheriff's deputy. The sheriff began to use his body to try to get Eitner away from the booth. That caused the man to hit the sheriff.
Oh, man, you can't do that.
And now, all for being asked to leave the Last Chance Stampede and Fair, Skylar could be serving 2 years in jail. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 5th, 2024.
So, I guess Simone Biles is done. She fell off the beam, didn't medal, and I guess she's not going to win the floor.
No, she loses to Rebecca Andrade from Brazil by 0.033 points.
So I guess she stumbled out of bounds twice in her floor exercise and takes home a silver. And it's the first major international floor competition that she has not won gold in, they say, in like forever.
How did I lose this bet?
I know.
How? Simone, what did you do?
I know. For the
This
record,
was locked.
we had two bets Friday, and it was Simone had 3 events left. How many gold medals would she have? Over, under 1.5. Mark went over. She won the vault and had the beam and floor today and didn't medal and took home a silver. And I bet the White Sox to win one of the 3 games in Minneapolis, and they didn't. So they've lost 20 in a row. There are 9 baseball games today. I'll make you a prediction. And I don't know if there's a prop bet like this. Somebody from the Mets gets ejected today in St. Louis. The Mets are furious. They had a 9-game road trip in 10 days. Their only day off on the road trip is today, and they were forced to make up a game against the Cardinals from May 8th today. So the Mets are ending up going from Los Angeles to St. Louis to play the Cardinals at 5 o'clock, and then they got to get on a plane and go to Denver. Play 3 against the Rockies, and then 3, I don't know where they are on Friday. I think it's like Seattle. So the Mets are furious with Major League Baseball. They've lost 2 one-run games in a row to the Angels. They're in a bad mood. They're going to be in St. Louis. It's going to be hot. 4 in the afternoon, St. Louis time. Somebody from the Mets is getting ejected tonight. Manager, hitting coach, pitching coach, a pitcher. I'm telling you, somebody's getting ejected on the Mets. They are going to be in a bad mood.
Not a lot of days left to get these games in. Got to get them in when you can.
Well, that's what Major League Baseball said. Major League Baseball said, shut up and cash your checks, will you?
Thank you. I'm on Major League Baseball side here.
So there's a few interesting series, though. Arizona's in Cleveland. They're both playoff teams right now. Arizona holding down the final wild card in the National League. But here's 2 big series. Boston's in Kansas City. Kansas City is 2.5 up on the Red Sox for the final playoff spot in the American League. Don't you think Boston needs to go in and take 2 out of 3?
Yes, they do. 100%, David. Can't watch this lead slip anymore. Or this deficit slip anymore, I should say.
Now, the Red Sox are only 1 back in the loss column, but they're 2.5 back overall because the Red Sox have played 3 less games than the Royals. So anyway, Boston and Kansas City for the beginning of a series. Phillies and Dodgers in L.A. Remember like 6 weeks ago, they met in Philadelphia, 2 best teams in the National League, and the Phillies pulverized them. Well, they're still the 2 best teams in the National League, only they're both scuffling. They're separated by a game and a half in the standings. Phillies at Dodgers. Last time they'll meet before potentially meeting in the playoffs. And could this go a long way to determining who is the 1 and who's the 2? And it's worth mentioning the White Sox and their 20-game losing streak are in Oakland, where a team that is 21 games below 500 is a big betting favorite tonight. Mark,
they're 21 games below 500. They've won 19 more games than the Chicago White Sox.
Yes, if these two were in the same division, the A's at 21 games below 500 would have a 19.5 game lead on the White Sox. Anyway.
As we mentioned before, the White Sox could win out. That's 48 more games. And they would finish 12 games below 500. I want to see him set the record. I want 120 some losses. I really do, David.
So they lose tonight. They tie the American League record. They get swept in Oakland. They will tie the Major League record. I want to see them return home having lost 23 in a row for fireworks night against the Cubs. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. David Sampson on the show tomorrow.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th at 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock. The Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That was weird. You went off the air like you were talking, and I didn't get I don't know what the hell happened for about 15 seconds during the Today Was the Day When.
No, I know. And then you were frozen on my side, and then I came back. You came back. So I don't know if it was your end or mine.
Yeah, I don't know either. That was weird. I'm guessing it was my end on the other computer because I could see you on this one fine.
And I will say I didn't lose internet. I know that. So we're still live.
I got to go to the other room. Hold on.